Chapter 39:28. Luo Yu cast a glance at him and said, "What kind of uncle are you?" As he spoke, he also stood up and walked towards him, saying, all right. You'll be fine after holding her for a while. Let me hold her. Hui Lang dodged with the child in his arms and said, "What's there to hold? I've only just taken it from you. I haven't even hugged her yet." As he spoke, he retreated until he seemed to have bumped into someone behind him. "Be careful. Don't hurt the little master." Leng Hua's voice rang out. At the same time, he helped him up, worried that if he didn't hold her firmly, she would hurt the little master. Who would have thought that when he looked into his arms? Little Yu Er's eyes were curved into crescents, and she was smiling very happily. The monk at the side looked at the child in Hui Lang's arms and softly said, "Amit Ba, great monk, we meet again," Hui Lang said as he turned around with the child in his arms. "Benefactors and I are fated to meet again," Monk Ijia said as he stood quietly with his eyes lowered. "Great monk, this way please." Leng Hua gestured for him to take a seat. As they walked forward, they saw Feng Jiu and Xianyuan Mose coming from not far away. When Hui Lang saw them, he grinned and said, "Master and Madam are here." Monk Ijia's gaze swept past Feng Jiu and landed on Xianyuan Mose, who was sitting in a wheelchair beside her. He was a little surprised to see him in a wheelchair. "Great monk, you don't have to be so restrained here," Feng Jiu said with a smile. She carried the child to the front and introduced, "This is my husband, Xianyuan Mose. This is our son and daughter, Amit Ba." The monk put his hands together and murmured, "Benefactor, you have both a son and a daughter. You're very blessed." Feng Jiu smiled and saw Monk Ijia come to Xianyuan Mose and bowed. Ijia greets Benefactor. "Great monk, you don't have to be so polite. Please take a seat," Xianyuan Mose said and invited him to take a seat. "Thank you, Benefactor." As the monk spoke, he nodded slightly at the two people before he was led by Leng Hua to a seat on the side. Feng Jiu nodded inwardly when he saw that they had arranged everything well. If a few tables are placed together, then Monk Ijia would definitely not be able to eat at the same table as them. After all, other than wine, there were also meat dishes on the table. Therefore, it was more suitable for them to sit on a small table with food placed on the floor. She glanced at Xianyuan Mose, who was beside her, and saw him lift his body up. His entire body floated up, and then he sat cross-legged on the soft mat on the floor. Thus, she carried the child and sat down beside him. Seeing that Hui Lang was still hugging little Yu Feng Jiu smiled and said, "Hui Lang, hugging little Yu won't fill your stomach. Put her on the bamboo chair at the side first." "Come, let me do it." Qin Xin stepped forward to take little Yu and put her on the baby bamboo chair at the side. Then, she went to Feng Jiu's side and said, "Master, give me the little masters." Feng Jiu responded and handed the child in his arms to her. He said, "Just push them to my side." "Yes." Qin Xin responded and placed the two children on the baby bamboo chair. Then, she moved them to Feng Jiu's side. "Master, this is for the two little masters." Bai Qingsheng brought the warm goat's milk over. "All right, everyone sit down and eat. Otherwise, the food will get cold," Feng Jiu said and indicated for them to sit down. Then, she fed the two children the warm goat's milk. Chapter 39:29. Amit Ba. "That's right," the monk replied. Xianyuan Mose played with the wine cup in his hand and said, "Buddhism emphasizes that the four elements are all vanity and the cycle of cause and effect. Since it was you who lost it, why did you think of asking us to find it for you?" The monk looked up at Xianyuan Mose and said, "There is a cause and effect. The reason why Buddhism sent me and Benefactor Feng was because she accepted the ancient golden lotus of Buddhism and promised the Holy Buddha. Among millions of people, only Benefactor Feng went to the myriad Buddhist sect. Naturally, she is fated to be with Buddhism." Xianyuan Mose looked up at him and said, "You are a monk. If you travel with us, aren't you afraid of causing gossip? There are thousands of Tao in the world. I walk my own Tao and never care about what others say," he said with his hands together and lowered his eyes. Hearing this, Xianyuan Mose smiled and said, "Well said. This is a toast to you." As he said this, he raised his cup and drank the wine in the cup. The monk picked up the tea in front of him and said, "I will use tea in place of wine." As he said this, he also bowed. Everyone looked at each other and smiled. Fengjiu finished feeding the 2 children the goat's milk and said with a smile, "Master, try these vegetarian dishes." "Master Ijia, these are the vegetarian dishes that we specially prepared for you," Hui Lang said with a grin. He picked up a piece of meat and said, "If it weren't for the fact that you monks don't eat meat, I would like to invite you to try the taste of this meat." "Umitba, benefactor, thank you for your kindness. I can eat vegetarian dishes." As he said this, he picked up his chopsticks and bowl and ate quietly. Everyone chatted, drank, and talked about happy things. Time passed quickly. When the banquet was over, everyone dispersed. Fengjiu brought the 2 children and Xianyuan Mo's back to the courtyard. They stayed here for another 2 days. Fengjiu also helped Xianyuan Mo's heal his legs with the power of the green lotus. However, the power of the green lotus did not return to its peak state. Moreover, it had been used a lot these 2 days, so the power of the green lotus seemed to have weakened. In the main courtyard, Fengjiu sat with Xianyuan Mo's. He looked at the 2 children in the courtyard and said, "I estimate that it will take some time before you can stand up again. Qing Lian's strength is much weaker than before. It will take a few days before she can continue the treatment. It doesn't matter. It'll get better eventually. Just take it slow," Xianyuan Mo said, and then asked, "We'll set off tomorrow. Is everything ready?" "And don't worry, it's all ready. They're all ready too." Fengjiu smiled and said, "I just sent Qin, Xian, and Famlin out to buy some dry food. We can eat on the road." Hearing this, Xianyuan Mo said, "There'll be plenty of food on the road. There'll be wild game everywhere. It's good to prepare some for the monks." Fengjiu smiled and said, "It'll be more convenient to prepare some for the road." As soon as she finished speaking, she seemed to sense something and said, "It seems like Imo Chun has come out of the ancient golden lotus. I'll ask him to come out." As she said this, she used her mind. A golden light flashed past. In the next moment, Imo Chun, dressed in white, appeared in front of the 2. His figure was slightly illusory, as if it was transparent under the sunlight. However, it was real. Chapter 39:30. Imo Chun smiled warmly. "I didn't expect it either." His gaze fell on the 2 children at the side. With a gentle smile, he asked, "Are these your children?" "Yes, look at them." Fengjiu went forward and picked up the children from the small bed. "They are also your godson and godson." Looking at the 2 beautiful children, Imo Chun couldn't help but reach out and hold their small hands. He praised, "They're so good-looking, just like you and your wife." Fengjiu smiled proudly. "Of course, they will be more outstanding than us in the future." "Ha ha! You 2 are already rare monsters. If they are more outstanding than you, how heaven-defying would that be?" He chuckled, looked at the 2 children, and said, "However, these 2 children are indeed dragons and phoenixes among men. They will not be simple in the future." He turned to look at Xianyuan Mo's. His gaze fell on his legs, and he said, "I heard from Agio that your legs couldn't stand up after that battle. Perhaps it was because they were corroded by the black lotus of destruction for too long. Now that the ancient golden lotus is here, although she cannot use the power of the golden lotus to heal you, I can give it a try." Hearing this, Fengjiu frowned slightly. "Your immortal body is not stable now. If you use the power of the golden lotus to heal him, won't you use up the immortal body that you worked so hard to condense? I know that it was not easy for you to condense an immortal body. Agio's power of the green lotus is gradually recovering. With her healing me, it will be fine if I recover slowly." As Xianyuan Mo spoke, he put one hand on his leg and said, "I have been in a wheelchair for a long time. I'm not in a hurry. No matter, I was just about to come out to see you. After this time, I will focus on cultivating until I condense an immortal body. Seeing you today, I don't know when we will meet again in the future." He spoke warmly, then smiled at Fengjiu and said, "Moreover, your space is full of spiritual energy. It is a place that does not lose to the holy land of Buddhism. Cultivating, there will be twice the result with half the effort. Hearing this, Xianyuan Mose and Fengjiu looked at each other. Xianyuan Mose asked, "In your opinion, how long will it take to condense an immortal body? Is there anything else we can help you with?" Emo-chan smiled warmly and said, "I originally thought it would take at least 10 years. However, if I concentrate on cultivating in the space, I might be able to condense an immortal body in a few years." As he spoke, he slowly shook his head. "Cultivating an immortal body can only be done by myself. Others can't help me. Then I'll have to trouble you with Mose's leg." As Fengjiu spoke, she looked at Xianyuan Mose and said, "Let Emo-chan treat it. If you combine it with the power of the Golden Lotus, your leg might recover faster." Xianyuan Mose looked at Emo-chan and said, "Then I will have to trouble you." Emo-chan smiled warmly and said, "We are so familiar with each other. There is no need to say this." He walked forward and stopped in front of Xianyuan Mose. He clenched his hands, and a golden ray of light flew out from his fingertips and landed on his knees. Xianyuan Mose felt a warm aura travel from his knees to his feet. This feeling was even stronger than Fengjiu's power of the Green Lotus. He could clearly feel a wave of power flowing through his legs. This power made his originally numb legs feel a wave of heat and numbness. Chapter 39-31. Fengjiu watched as Emo-chan's body gradually turned transparent and could not help but worry. Fortunately, he withdrew his hand after a while and smiled at the two of them. "I can only help you up to this point." Xianyuan Mose's feet moved slightly. He looked at him and said, "I can feel it now. I think I will be able to stand up very soon." As he spoke, he said solemnly, "Thank you." "That's good." Emo-chan smiled warmly. He looked at the two children and said, "This is the first time I am meeting my adopted son and daughter, but I have nothing to give them." Fengjiu smiled and said, "It's okay. You can give them something when you have cultivated an immortal body." "Okay," he replied and said, "When we meet again in the future, I will give them a gift." He looked at the two of them and said, "Take care of yourselves. We will meet again in the future." "Okay," the two of them replied. Emo-chan's figure turned into a ray of golden light and returned to Fengjiu's space, attaching himself to the Golden Lotus. After Fengjiu placed the two children back on the small bed, he went to Xianyuan Mose and asked, "How is your leg?" "I can move." He moved slightly and said, "But it's still a little difficult to control." Hearing this, Fengjiu smiled happily. "It's good that you can move. If you can move, then you can move more in the next few days. You'll be able to stand up in the next few days." Seeing her happy expression, Xianyuan Mose also smiled. Although he did not want Emo-chan to treat him because he did not want to owe him too much, seeing her so happy, he was relieved. What he owed was still owed. Since he already owed him so much, he would slowly repay him if he had the chance in the future. The next morning, after everything was prepared, they sat in the carriage and leisurely headed out of the city. A few days later, when Fengjiu and the others were walking on the mountain path, they faintly heard someone calling for help. Almost everyone's eyes turned to the monk walking by the side when they heard the cry for help. "Amitabha." The monk put his hands together and seemed to be a little embarrassed. He lowered his eyes and said, "Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda." As he spoke, his figure flashed in the direction of the call for help. Seeing this scene, everyone looked at each other helplessly and laughed at the same time. Du Fan shook his head and said with a smile, "It has only been a few days since we set off from the city, and this master has already saved people several times. He really has a merciful heart. This monk really likes to meddle in other people's business." "Isn't he a monk? Why do you like to meddle in other people's business?" Hui Lang kicked a stone and played with a green foxtail in his hand. He looked at the meddlesome monk with a puzzled expression. He's a monk and naturally has compassion in his heart. He can't be considered meddling in other people's business. It's just that his cultivation is different from ours. Chi Kong said. Although he felt helpless, he could understand. After all, Reverend Jia was a Buddhist. When faced with such a situation, he would naturally not stand by and do nothing. However, even he had to admit that he was meddling a little too much. Chapter 39-32. Fengjiu held the curtain and looked outside. He smiled and said, "What's wrong with that? Since he wants to save people, let him do it. He's only been saving people along the way and hasn't asked us to help him. At most, we'll just slow down the journey." She smiled and said, "Since he's not in a hurry, there's no need for us to be in a hurry." Her words seemed to be right. Everyone thought to themselves and waited here. Sure enough, not long after, they saw the monk come back. However, unlike before, he was followed by a woman. Look, the monk came back with a woman. Huilang winked and said with a teasing look on his face. In the past, he didn't bring back the people he saved. Why did he bring back a woman this time? Dufan also raised his eyebrows and looked surprised. Qikong glanced and said, "He's probably worried. This is the wilderness, and that woman seems to be heavily injured." Fengjiu looked at the monk and the woman. The former walked slowly with his eyebrows lowered. The latter's face was pale, and there were bloodstains and wounds on her body. Moreover, she was walking with a limp. It seemed that she had hurt her foot. "Qin Xin, go and bandage that woman's wounds. We'll rest here for a while." Fengjiu gestured for Qin Xin to help. He also got out of the carriage and wanted to walk with the child. "Yes." Qin Xin responded and walked toward Reverend Jia and the woman. "Reverend, my master asked me to come over and help this woman treat her wound," Qin Xin said and looked at the woman behind him. "Amipa. Thank you, benefactor." The monk put his palms together and retreated to the side. The pale-faced woman looked at the people in front of her and couldn't help but feel a little timid. She looked at the carriage again, but she couldn't see the people in the carriage. She only saw the handsome men and beautiful women around the carriage. "Miss, sit here," Qin Xin said and gestured for her to sit down. At the same time, she took out some medicine from her space. "Thank you for your trouble, Mississippi." The woman bowed before sitting down at the side. She then looked at the people resting around the carriage. Even though she had seen many outstanding people, she had rarely seen people with such outstanding temperaments like these people. They were the young masters of aristocratic families? Or was he a disciple of a family? Or a new talent of the sect? Why were all of them so graceful and imposing? Withdrawing her gaze, the woman looked at Qin Xin. Seeing that Qin Xin was concentrating on cleaning her wound without even asking her a single question, she felt even more uncertain. Who were these people? How could she be with a monk? She's only sprained her ankle, but her other wounds aren't too serious either. With proper rest, she'll recover in less than 2 days, Qin Xin said as she packed up her things. She took a glance at the woman before returning to the carriage. At that moment, in the carriage, Monk was talking to Fengjiu. "Oh, so you want to take her with you?" Fengjiu raised her eyebrows and looked at Master Jia. "No, I just want to put her down when we reach a place with other people." Monk lowered his eyes and said. Fengjiu smiled and said, "Reverend, she is not an ordinary person. She is a cultivator. Even if she is injured, I think she can still walk on her own." Chapter 39-33. Amipa. When we reach the village or the city, I will let her leave on her own, the monk said and bowed to Fengjiu. Then he walked towards the girl. Fengjiu carried the 2 children and walked around. When she was about to return to the carriage to continue their journey, she suddenly heard messy footsteps coming towards them. She looked in that direction and was a little surprised. There were very few people in this place. How could there be messy footsteps? Moreover, that direction seemed to be the direction where the monk and the girl came from. Amipa. The monk sighed softly. Looking at the 20 or so people coming from that direction, he said regretfully, "I let them live, but I didn't expect them to bring people here." "Master, do you kill?" Luo Yu looked at the monk with a smile, as if he was watching a good show. "I don't kill." The monk said and added, "But if it's someone who is wicked beyond redemption, I will get rid of him." "It seems that you are not a stubborn person," Huilang said and was a little surprised. Perhaps it was because they had been traveling together for a few days, and he often saw him meddling in other people's business. Huilang's words became more casual. "Monk, hand them over to us." "Hey, look, these girls are even prettier than the previous one," the leader of the group said and looked straight at Qin Xin and Bai Qingcheng. Seeing those people looking at them, the 2 girls only glanced at them coldly and retreated to the side of the carriage. "Big brother, These people don't look like ordinary people. Could he be the son of some aristocratic family? You see, all of them look so outstanding. Don't provoke someone you shouldn't provoke. A tall and thin man at the back said, looking at the group of people with some fear. Ah, point. Two children's giggles came from the carriage. The two ignorant children were playing with Fengjiu in the carriage and laughed happily. Listen, there are children's laughter. It seems that they're just a parade of some rich family. As the leader spoke, his eyes were still fixed on Qin Xian and Bai Qingsheng. There were only two beautiful women in his eyes. Quick, catch them for me. The man said and added, be careful, don't hurt the two beauties. Du Fan and the others leisurely glanced at those people. They really couldn't put these rogue cultivators in their eyes. To them, that little bit of strength was really not enough. Master, what do you think we should do with these people? Du Fan asked as he gently fanned himself with the fan in his hand. He looked at the monk with a smile. Amitabha, let this poor monk handle it. As he spoke, he took off a string of Buddhist prayer beads from his neck and threw them at those people. When the Buddhist prayer beads were thrown, he clasped his hands together and chanted. Look, the monk's Buddhist prayer beads are actually a magic weapon. Hui Lang looked at the string of Buddhist prayer beads that had become bigger in surprise. He saw that the Buddhist prayer beads had trapped more than 20 rogue cultivators in it. A Buddhist light was released from the Buddhist prayer beads, which shocked them and made them unable to escape. Those people held their heads and rolled on the ground. Vaguely, they heard a complicated and incomprehensible Buddhist chant coming from the monk's mouth. Accompanied by the Buddhist light, it enveloped those people. Chapter 39-34. Fengjiu, who had just boarded the carriage, took a look and saw that those people were hugging their heads and howling in pain. As the initial howls gradually subsided, their expressions gradually calmed down. However, something still didn't seem right. Upon closer inspection, the spiritual aura on their bodies had completely dissipated. Moreover, their eyes were lifeless, as if they had suffered a heavy blow. She raised her eyebrows, and her clear eyes fell on the monk. She didn't expect that he would cripple their cultivation as soon as he made a move. Moreover, from the looks of these people's situation, he had used the light of Buddha to attack their divine senses. Their divine senses had been severely injured, and they were now like idiots. She retracted her gaze and lowered the curtain of the carriage. She said to Xianyuan Mose, it seems that Master Yi Jia isn't an inflexible and inflexible person. Crippling those people's cultivation and injuring their divine senses like idiots, what was the difference between this and killing them? No, it should be said that it was more terrifying than death, right? If he did it, at least they'd still be alive. If Hui Lang and the others did it, even living would be an extravagant hope, Xianyuan Mose said as he picked up his son, who had crawled to his leg, and held him in his arms. Hearing his words, Fengjiu smiled and glanced outside again. She saw that the monk had already put away the string of Buddha beads. He chanted a sentence in the Buddhist language and then stood quietly to the side. Seeing this, she said to Lung Hua outside, let's go after we've dealt with them. See if we can find a village or town to rest before it gets dark. Yes, Lung Hua replied and said to everyone, then continued driving the carriage forward. However, along the way, they didn't expect to see any villages or towns. On the other side, the sky gradually darkened as if it was going to rain. Master, it looks like it's going to rain. There doesn't seem to be any shelter around here, Lung Hua said and looked up at the sky. Xianyuan Mose lifted the curtain and looked at the sky. His brows furrowed, and he said, this rain should be extremely heavy, and it should be accompanied by thunder. Let's speed up and see if there's any shelter up ahead. Yes, Lung Hua replied. Then he saw the monk walking behind him come forward. Benefactor, there'll be a fork in the road ahead. Take the road on the right and walk for a while before you reach a ruined temple. We could take shelter there from the rain. Upon hearing this, Lung Hua glanced at the monk and asked, Master, have you been there before? I've been here before, so I'm quite familiar with this area. He put his palms together and said, Lung Hua, listen to the master. Turn right when you reach the fork. Fengjiu's voice came from the carriage. Yes, Lung Hua replied and sped up the carriage. Du Fan and the others who were following him on his left and right stood with their hands behind their backs. Their figures swept against the wind, and their speed also increased rapidly. The woman following behind them was already injured. In addition, her strength was not as strong as theirs. At this moment, when she saw them speed up, her speed fell behind. She could not help but feel anxious. Benefactor, it doesn't matter if you're slower. You're injured. Even if you're not injured, you can't keep up with their speed. The monk walked unhurriedly beside the woman and said, he was not anxious to be left behind when the group in front of them sped up. Instead, he walked at a steady pace. When the woman heard this, she glanced at the monk. She hesitated and asked, Master, who are they? Chapter 39-35. Feeling uncomfortable under his gaze, the woman said, I overstepped my boundaries. The monk shifted his gaze and looked ahead, saying, I didn't ask who you are. Benefactor, it's best that you don't ask who they are. If your injuries are better, you can leave on your own without waiting for a village or town. Hearing the monk's words, the woman's heart trembled. She didn't know what to think, but she didn't dare to look at him. She only responded in a low voice and walked beside him. The wind whistled and blew from the surroundings, bringing with it a trace of coldness. The sky was covered with dark clouds. Before they reached the temple, it had already started to rain. The wind and rain brought along with it, causing the temperature to plummet. Du Fan and the others used their spiritual energy to protect their bodies, so they weren't drenched by the rain. However, as the wind and rain blew, the curtain of the carriage was slightly lifted, and the faint sound of children crying could be heard from inside. They were a little anxious. Didn't they say there was a temple in front? Why haven't we seen it yet? Luo Yu said as he rushed forward, intending to scout ahead. In the carriage, Xianyuan Mose and Fengjiu wrapped the two children in blankets and carried them in their arms to prevent them from catching a cold. The carriage moved quickly and wasn't very stable. Sitting inside, they swayed slightly. However, not long after, Luo Yu's voice came from the front. It's here. The temple is here. Lung Hua drove the carriage forward, and the others followed. Not long after, when they arrived in front of the temple, they were slightly stunned. This is a rundown temple? This is the temple that the monk was talking about? Hui Lang went forward to take a look. Seeing that there were no leaks, he said, Fortunately, there are no leaks. Just make do with it, and it won't shelter you from the rain. Since they were outside, this was the best they could do. Although it was a little rundown, it could at least shelter them from the wind and rain. He didn't have much to nitpick about. Fengjiu carried the two children out of the carriage and walked towards the rundown temple. Xianyuan Mose followed behind. Although he had regained some feeling in his legs, he still needed time to recover if he wanted to stand up and walk on his own. Therefore, he spent most of his time outside in a wheelchair. The group of people entered the dilapidated temple. The carriage was also pulled to a place under the eaves where it could shelter them from the rain. Once inside, the cold wind whistled. They laid a clean mat in a place where the wind could not reach. Only then did they let Xianyuan Mose and Fengjiu sit down to rest. There are a few broken door bolts over there. Let's set them up to block the wind and rain, to prevent the wind and rain from blowing in. As Qi Kong spoke, he swept the doorboard clean and used it to block the wind and rain. There are branches in the corner. As Du Fan spoke, he picked up the branch and brought it to the front where Fengjiu and the others were sitting. He lit a fire to warm them up. Grandmaster Yi Jia hasn't arrived yet. Leave the door open for him to enter. Fengjiu instructed. He carried the two children and dressed them in many layers of clothes. Then he wrapped them in blankets and carried them in his arms. Xianyuan Mose took out a cloak from his space and draped it over Fengjiu. He said, Put this on. Don't catch a cold. Fengjiu smiled and said, I won't. After all, the spiritual energy in my body can drive away the cold. As she spoke, she looked at the others and said, Everyone sit down and rest. We can only make do here for the night. Chapter 39-36. Upon hearing this, Lung Hua smiled gently and said, I don't have any branches, but I do have a lot of firewood in my space. Du Fan was startled and asked, Firewood? When did you start storing firewood in your space? We haven't lived in this house for long, but everything inside is complete. When I tidied up the house, I brought everything that might be useful. Lung Hua said gently. After all, he was born poor, so there were many things that he wouldn't waste. In particular, he had several space rings that could store a lot of things. Therefore, when they were about to leave, he would take most of the things with him in case they would be useful in the future. Ha ha ha. Lung Hua, we can rest assured when you do things. Luo Yu patted him on the shoulder and said, then light another bonfire here. At least it'll be warmer. Thus, Lung Hua reached out and took out the firewood from his space and piled it to the side. I'll cook some porridge for the young masters, Chin Xin said with a smile as she prepared to cook the porridge. As they spoke, they heard footsteps coming from outside. Not long after, they saw the monk and the woman walk in. They looked over and saw that there wasn't a single drop of water on the monk's body, but the woman's clothes and hair were wet. Master, come over here and warm yourself by the fire, Feng Jiu said with a smile and invited him to sit by the fire. Thank you, almsgiver, the monk said as he walked forward. The woman hesitated for a moment. Just as she was about to follow him, Lung Shuang stopped her. Go over there, Lung Hua said and gestured to a corner. Frightened by his indifference and imposing manner, the woman didn't dare to say anything. She just responded and walked to the corner. Master, have some dry food. Lung Hua took out the dry food and took out a barbecue rack from his space to heat it up over the fire. Thank you, almsgiver, Monk Ijia said as he took the rations and tore off a small piece to eat. Huilang saw him eating by himself and ignoring the woman in the corner, so he purposely asked with a grin, Monk, you're a monk after all. Why are you eating all the food you have and not giving some to the woman you saved? Feng Jiu looked at him disapprovingly. He felt that Huilang had gone overboard. Noticing Feng Jiu's gaze, Huilang rubbed his nose and smiled awkwardly. Madam, I'm just curious. He didn't have any ill intentions. He just wanted to know why the monk could eat the food without asking the woman if she wanted to eat. Monk Ijia swallowed a piece of dry rations before saying, This penniless monk can't even save myself, so how can I save others? Huilang was perplexed by the genteel words. He looked at Du Fan and asked in a low voice, What does he mean? What do you mean by not being able to save yourself? What redeeming people? What does he mean? Du Fan smiled and opened the fan in his hand. What he means is that his rations are also given to him by others. Therefore, if he can't even save himself, he naturally can't help others. Lung Hua smiled and took some dry rations to the corner and handed them to the woman. Miss, have some. Thank you, young master. She quickly stood up and thanked him as she took the dry rations. After Lung Hua turned and walked away, she took the dry rations and sat down. She ate them in small bites while looking at these strange people. Chapter 39-37. Everyone sat around the bonfire and chatted idly. They even warmed up some wine to warm their bodies. However, as the sky outside grew darker, there seemed to be the sound of horse hooves approaching. Almost as soon as they heard the sound of horse hooves coming from outside, Du Fan and the others who were sitting by the bonfire stood up. I'll go and see who it is. As Du Fan spoke, he stepped outside. Unexpectedly, before he could reach the door that was blocking the way, the door was kicked open by a strong force. Bang! The sound of a heavy impact and the cracking of wooden planks was heard. Even though it was a rainy night, it was extremely loud and clear. As a result, it frightened the two children who were nestled in Feng Jiu and Xianyuan Moses' arms, who were about to fall asleep. Wah! Wah wah! The two children were startled by the sudden sound of the door being kicked open. Their small bodies trembled and they burst into tears. Seeing that the two children were frightened, Xianyuan Moses' aura immediately turned cold. That strong and intimidating aura, mixed with a murderous aura, filled the air. Monkey Jie, who was sitting next to them, couldn't help but lower his eyes and murmur softly, Amit Ba. Feng Jiu's brows furrowed slightly. Her clear eyes were filled with a cold light as she looked at the temple's door. She comforted the two children. Be good, don't cry. Mother is here. She gently coaxed them and gently patted the child's back with one hand. Perhaps it was because he heard Feng Jiu's gentle voice and felt her familiar aura. Little Mu Chun in her arms pursed his little mouth and sobbed softly. However, he stopped crying and only blinked his clear and watery eyes innocently at her. "It's all right. Father and Mother are here. Father and Mother are here to accompany you. It's all right," Fengjiu gently coaxed. Seeing that her son had stopped crying, the girl was still crying at the top of her lungs. "Come, let me carry him." As Fengjiu spoke, she passed her son, who had stopped crying, to Xianyuan Mose. She then took her daughter, who was crying nonstop. Xianyuan Mose was worried that his aura would scare the child, so when he heard Fengjiu's voice, he restrained his anger and hugged his son, who was blinking at him, and ordered in a deep voice, "Don't let any of them in." His deep voice was filled with a powerful aura. Even though it was just a sentence, it was enough to make people feel an intimidating pressure. Hui Lang and the others were already angry when they saw the people outside kick open the door and scare the two children. Now that they heard their master's words, they immediately stood up. He really needs to be taught a lesson. As Hui Lang spoke, he prepared to attack the person who kicked the door open. Who would have thought that Du Fan, who had stepped forward first, had already sent out a stream of air with the fan in his hand when the person kicked the wooden door open and stepped in. Whoosh! Bang! With a whoosh, the stream of air from the fan attacked the person who was stepping in at a speed that was too fast for one to cover one's ears. With a muffled groan, the person's figure flew backward until he fell into the wind outside. Pooh! The person who fell to the ground clutched his chest and spat out a mouthful of blood. He tried to stand up, but who knew that he would fall back down halfway? Chapter 39-38. Useless people. Kill them. The voice that came from the carriage was low and vicious. The moment the voice echoed, the face of the cultivator on the ground turned pale. Before he could beg for mercy, the cultivator in front of him moved. A ray of cold light flashed by and cut off the cultivator's head with one slash. This scene was witnessed by Du Fan, Hui Lang, and the others who were standing at the entrance of the temple. They saw that person's head and body scattered on the ground in the wind and rain. His blood flowed into the soil along with the rain. When they saw that those people were all expressionless, they instinctively became vigilant and carefully sized up those people outside. They saw that there were about 30 people in the group outside. There were about 10 people in front of each group. These people were all riding horses and wearing special armor. They were protecting the luxurious carriage in the middle. They couldn't see who was inside the carriage, but they could tell that the cultivators riding the horses were all rare experts. The most important thing was the baleful aura on their bodies. That's right, it was baleful aura. It was the kind of baleful aura that only people whose hand were stained with blood would have. These people had it. If there was a difference between these people and their baleful aura, it could only be said that their baleful aura was restrained, while these people's baleful aura was released. The rain fell from their bodies. They didn't use spiritual energy to protect their bodies. Instead, they allowed the rain to fall on their bodies and drench them. At first glance, the horses they rode looked like ordinary horses. However, upon closer inspection, it wasn't difficult to see that they were single-horned spirit beasts. Who were these people who suddenly appeared in the rainy night? What kind of person would he be if he would open his mouth and kill the people under him? Before seeing the other party, just by looking at these cultivators riding on spirit beasts and horses, they could conclude that no matter who the other party was, they were not good people. Furthermore, they could be classified as a dangerous person. Give up the temple, and I can consider leaving your corpses intact. An arrogant and sinister voice came from the luxurious carriage. When Lung Hua and the others heard this, they sneered, "Leave our corpses intact. How arrogant! I like to see if I really have that ability," Hui Lang said. In the next moment, his figure swept out and attacked the cultivator in front of him. His attack was extremely fast, and it was a killing move. However, what he did not expect was that the move that he thought would be able to kill his opponent with one strike only scratched his shoulder. Seeing the cultivator quickly retreat, Hui Lang stared at him, then looked at the sword in his hand, and said, "The armor you're wearing is quite thick. That sword didn't make you bleed?" He held the long sword in his hand, and the spiritual energy in his body surged. A sharp sword aura accompanied his figure as it swept out. This attack avoided the place where the opponent was wearing armor and instead focused on other weak spots. As the two of them fought, neither Du Fan's group nor the cultivators riding in the rain made a move to help. It was as if the fight had nothing to do with them. Swish! Ah! A swift and fierce stream of air gushed out, and an arm was chopped off and sent flying. Blood spurted out, and the sword slashed out once more. A miserable shriek rang out as the battle between the two of them came to an end. Chapter 39:39. The horsemen narrowed their eyes when they saw this scene. They did not expect the people in this run-down temple to be so strong. The person sitting in the luxurious carriage was silent for a while. Then a cold word came out from his mouth. Kill! After the horsemen were killed by Hui Lang, the other party did not retreat, but instead stared at them. Du Fan and the others were already on guard. Therefore, when they heard the cold and murderous voice, they quickly spread out and guarded the four corners of the rundown temple, not letting the battle outside affect their master. Dozens of sword shadows attacked from outside. The people in the rundown temple could clearly feel the strong, murderous aura. Hearing the sounds of battle outside, the woman who was curled up in the corner carefully looked outside. When she saw the guards outside, her pupils constricted and she shrank further into the corner. Her face, which was already pale, became even paler after seeing those people. Do you know who they are? Feng Jiu's voice slowly came out, looking at the woman in the corner. Hearing this voice, the woman looked at Feng Jiu and said in a trembling voice, They're the blackguards of the Demon King. They have killed countless people and are very strong. It is said that those who have seen them are all dead. Feng Jiu raised his eyebrows and looked at the monk who was chanting with his hands clasped together. He asked, Master, have you heard of them? Amipa. Everyone in this area knows of the Azura King's great name. It's just that this poor monk has never met you before, he said slowly and looked outside. The windshield door had been kicked down. Sitting in his position, he could see the battle outside and the luxurious black carriage in the wind and rain. However, in addition to these, he also saw a strong and cold aura around the carriage, as well as countless grievances and the smell of blood. He sighed softly and murmured Buddhist words. Then, he lowered his eyes and silently chanted Buddhist scriptures. Under the watchful eyes of so many people, she could not send the two children into the space. Therefore, she handed the children to Xinyuan Mose and said, Take care of the children. I will go take a look. Yes, Xinyuan Mose responded and placed the two children beside him. He used his own aura to protect them so that they would not be affected by the murderous aura and powerful pressure outside. Feng Jiu walked to the entrance of the temple and watched. The 8 captains of the Phoenix Guard, Du Fan, Hui Lang, and the others had all joined the battle. Lung Hua, Bai Qingcheng, and Lung Shuang, Qin Xian, and the others were guarding the entrance of the temple. In the dark, Inge was keeping watch. The saber lights and sword shadows flashed in the wind and rain. A horrifying, murderous aura tore through the rain. The smell of blood, together with the aura of death, permeated the air and was washed away by the rain. The luxurious black carriage was still parked there, neither advancing nor retreating. The surrounding sword Qi was unable to harm him at all. Was the Azura King the one sitting inside? She observed these cavalry guards. They were not as strong as Qi Kong and the others, but they were well trained. Perhaps they knew that they were no match for Qi Kong and the others in a one-on-one battle, so they set up a killing formation. They attacked together and retreated together. Their cooperation was flawless. Qi Kong and the others could not do anything to them. Chapter 39:40. In the black carriage, through the front partition, the man sitting in the carriage narrowed his eyes and stared at the red figure standing in front of the temple gate. His sharp and powerful gaze unscrupulously sized her up. Outstanding temperament, a beautiful face, an exquisite figure, and a breathtaking aura. It was very dazzling. He stared at her, and it was unknown what he was thinking. Feng Jiu's gaze moved away from the people fighting and coldly looked at the carriage, as if she was looking at the people inside through the carriage. That gaze didn't move away. Although she didn't see it, she knew that the other party was staring at her. That gaze was aggressive and unscrupulous. Her palm moved, and a silver needle was clamped between her fingertips. She looked at the people fighting, and her gaze swept over one of the people in the attack formation. She moved the spiritual power in her hand, and a cold light instantly attacked. There was a slight sound of air being covered by the wind and rain, and a cold light flashed. Just as the silver needle was about to shoot into one of the people's body, a clang was heard. She watched as the light streaked across the rainy night and hit the silver needle, knocking it to the ground. Fengjiu raised her eyebrows and looked at the silver needle being knocked to the ground, and the corners of her lips curled up in surprise. In the next moment, she moved her hand again, and several silver needles shot out. As expected, the person in the carriage attacked again. Just as the several streams of air were released, she flipped her palm, and a palm wind shot out with the force of thunder towards the carriage. A powerful aura accompanied by wind blades swept out, and the wind and rain in the air were blown to the side and rolled toward the carriage. The one-horned spirit horse in front of the carriage was panicked by the attack of the air and retracted its front hooves, raising its head and neighing. The carriage shook because of the spirit horse's panic. The two guards riding the carriage quickly tightened the reins. At this time, a stream of air came out of the carriage and pushed the spirit horses back, making them stay on the ground. At the same time, it also stabilized the shaking carriage. Feng Jiu's eyes flashed when she saw the carriage being pushed back. Her hand flashed, and a sword chi shot out at the two spirit horses pulling the carriage at a speed that was too fast for one to cover their ears. When the other party saw Feng Jiu making a move, he also made a move to block it. Surprisingly, he was also able to neutralize Feng Jiu's attack. The two of them, one standing under the eaves and the other sitting in the carriage, exchanged blows. Whoosh! Boom! The sharp sound of air currents streaked across the rainy night. The two air currents fiercely collided with each other, producing a loud rumbling sound. The powerful air currents rippled out like water ripples. The two chi blended together and attacked the two groups of people who were fighting. And, pooh! The air hit Chi Kong and the other guards, and the two people fighting were instantly scattered. Chi Kong and the others were stronger, and they quickly stabilized their bodies and retreated. However, the other party's strength was not as strong as Chi Kong and the others. After being hit, some of them spat out blood, some groaned, and some fell to the ground. Seeing this scene, Feng Jiu put one hand behind her back and raised the other hand, indicating Chi Kong and the others to retreat to the side. The other party also retreated at this moment and stood guard beside the black carriage, waiting for orders from the carriage. Chapter 39:41. Feng Jiu's lips curled into a cold smile when she saw the figure charging towards her. Her opponent was at the level of a high god, while she had yet to fully recover her powers. It could be said that there was still some distance between them if they really fought. Earlier on, the two of them seemed to be evenly matched. If they were to fight again, she might be the one at a disadvantage. Furthermore, she did not want to fight with her opponent directly. Hence, when she saw that the figure was attacking her directly, she moved her lips and spoke in a clear and cold voice. Fire Phoenix. As soon as she spoke, a flame shot out with a swoosh. It was so fast that the surrounding cavalry could not see what it was. Only the black figure who had rushed out saw the flame and narrowed his eyes. He seemed to want to avoid it. However, the flame spread its wings, screeched, and swooped down to attack him. Whoosh! Swoosh! Bang! The man used all his strength to resist. His powerful aura collided with the air current of the Fire Phoenix. The two forces fought against each other, and the air currents surged in both directions. The man was pushed back by the air current of the Fire Phoenix until his body could no longer withstand the powerful ancient aura and the terrifying air current. He was finally sent flying with a bang. Puffed. The man spat out a mouthful of blood. The robe in front of his chest had been burned by the Fire Phoenix's flames. A faint burnt smell filled the air. The man screamed, as if he was in great pain. His body flipped in midair, and quickly steadied himself before landing on the ground. However, after landing on the ground, he swayed as if he was about to fall over at any time. The fire phoenix did not give him any time to catch his breath. It spread its powerful wings and flew up again with flames. The moment it released its ancient aura, the cavalry turned pale and bent over. Even the spiritual horses neighed and knelt on the ground, not daring to move. "Go!" The Azura king snorted coldly and threw out an object. The next moment, the cavalry that had been rendered immobile by the pressure instantly turned into rays of light and flew into the scroll thrown out by the Azura king. As the Azura king's robe fluttered, he was quickly teleported away and disappeared into thin air. The fire phoenix's attack missed. It flapped its wings, and with a flash of light, it transformed into a small bird and landed on Fengjiu's shoulder. "Master, they escaped." Fengjiu looked at the rainy night and said, "That man's powerful and has a life-saving treasure on him. It won't be easy to kill him." As she spoke, she turned to look at the fire phoenix and smiled. "Your power has increased." Outside, Fengjiu and the fire phoenix were talking. Qi Kong and the rest had already walked to the side. In the corner, the woman who had curled up into a ball looked outside in shock. She looked at the fire phoenix and Fengjiu, unable to regain her senses for a long time. Fengjiu looked at Qi Kong and the rest. Seeing that they were not injured, he said, "Let's go in." As he spoke, he turned and walked inside. Du Fan smiled and looked at the spiritual horses and the black horse carriage that were still kneeling in the rainy night. He said, "Those people escaped in a hurry and abandoned these single-horned spiritual horses. It's a waste to leave them here. Ha ha ha. They rushed into the city and sold them. They can still make a lot of money." As Luo Yu spoke, he walked into the rain. Chapter 3942. Seeing Fengjiu enter, Xian Yuan Mose extended his hand. Fengjiu smiled and reached out to take his hand and sat down beside him. The monk saw this and softly murmured, "Amit Ba." Then he lowered his eyes and silently recited the Heart Sutra. "How is it?" Xian Yuan Mose asked. Although it was a sentence that came out of nowhere, Fengjiu knew what he meant. She said, "He's very strong, and his cultivation method is very strange. I reckon that even if Qi Kong and the others fought with him, it would be very difficult for them to defeat him." She paused for a moment before continuing, "It's just that I let him escape this time. I reckon that we'll have another feud." Her original intention was to let the fire phoenix come out and give him a fatal blow to prevent future troubles. Who knew that in the end, he would still escape? "It's okay. Just be careful in the future," he said slowly. That night, the rain continued to fall. Some distance away, the Azura king and his men were in a sorry state as they were drenched in the rain. The cavalry used their cloaks to shield the demon king from the rain. However, the rain was too heavy. The rainwater seeped through the cloaks and dripped onto his head and the mask on his face. She couldn't see his face, but she could see his red hair, which was different from ordinary people's, and his cold eyes, which were suffused with a bloody light. His chest was burnt, but at this moment, under the rain, the smell of burnt flesh had already dissipated. Only a piece of burnt flesh was left, and it was a ghastly sight. "Master, apply some medicine on your wound." One of the cavalry mustered up his courage and said. But who knew that as soon as he spoke, he was sent flying by a gust of wind and landed heavily on the mountain path. The Demon King's gaze was gloomy as he looked at the cavalry who had been sent flying and was kneeling on the ground. His gloomy voice was filled with hostility. "This wound is my humiliation. I want to keep it as a constant reminder." Hearing this, the cavalry did not dare to say anything about applying medicine. However, one of them hesitated and said, "Master, who are those people? How can they be so strong? And that firebird, isn't that the ancient divine beast Fire Phoenix?" When the Demon King heard this, his gloomy eyes flashed with a cold light. He said, "Possessing the ancient divine beast Fire Phoenix, that person should be the ghost Dr. Fengjiu." Ghost Dr. Fengjiu? The cavalry looked at each other. They had never heard of this person. However, hearing their master's words, it seemed that this ghost, Dr. Fengjiu, was very powerful and famous. The Demon King did not say anything more to them and only narrowed his eyes as he stared in the direction of the ruined temple. Ghost Dr. Fungio. Who would have thought that the woman who was a legend in many places would actually appear here? When he thought about how there was no monarch in this area and how she had appeared here, the aura on his body became even colder. He had long since regarded this area as his, and if anyone dared to have any ideas about it, then he would definitely not let that person off. As for the ghost Dr. Fungio, that woman, not only did she possess great power and stunning beauty, she was also a legend in many places. Just as this thought flashed through his mind, a dazzling bolt of lightning suddenly streaked across the sky. Then, with a loud bang, a bolt of heavenly lightning struck down from the sky with a cracking sound. It struck the tree that the Azura King was sitting on at a speed that was too fast for one to cover their ears. Bang! Chapter 39:43. Kacha. The large tree was split into two halves with a kacha, and the flames started to burn. Those people finally regained their senses and quickly dodged. However, their bodies were already charred by the lightning, and they were in a sorry state. They all stood by the mountain path and looked at the flames that were burning in the rain and were extinguished by the rain. They were all stunned. With their cultivation and strength, they were actually struck by lightning on this rainy day. They carefully looked at their master. When they saw the aura on his body, they felt as if their hearts were being squeezed tightly by a hand, making it difficult for them to breathe. In particular, when they saw that the ends of his scarlet red hair were stained with sparks of fire, and there was a trace of a burnt smell, it made them feel even more terrified. They did not have the guts to step forward and extinguish the fire for their master. However, when they saw the small flame burning his hair, they were extremely terrified. Fortunately, not long after, they saw him raise his hand and extinguish the small flame at the tip of his hair. Only then did they secretly heave a sigh of relief. The rain continued to fall, and there was nowhere to shelter them from the rain. The guards could only endure the fear in their hearts and step forward to block the rain for their master. At this moment, the Demon King's body was filled with a murderous aura. That ruthless aura made the people around him not dare to breathe loudly. They could only hope that the rain would stop as soon as possible. However, the rain continued to fall until the next morning before gradually stopping. Fungio and the rest who were in the rundown temple walked out when they saw that the rain had stopped. The sky after the rain was exceptionally blue and the air was very fresh. Fungio looked at the spirit horses that were tied together outside and could not help but smile. "Master, are we going to continue our journey?" Du Fan asked. He was already sitting in the black horse carriage and was prepared to bring the carriage along to sell it. After all, these were their spoils of war. "Amen, let's go. Ride the spirit horses and sit in the carriage. It's faster to walk." Fungio smiled and let them choose their own. He turned around and said to the monk, "Master, you can sit in the carriage." The monk glanced at the black horse carriage and softly muttered, "Umitba, this poor monk can walk." Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Fungio. "Master, monks shouldn't stick to one pattern." Hearing this, the monk didn't say anything else. He glanced at Fungio and said, "Umitba, this poor monk will listen to benefactor's arrangements." With that, he walked towards the carriage. The resentment and baleful aura around the carriage dispersed after the Azura King left. Even so, in the eyes of the monk, the carriage was still stained with the smell of blood. Xin Yuan Mose got into the carriage, and by Qin Chung and Qin Xan carried their children up. They also chose a spirit beast horse to ride. When everyone was ready, the woman who was hiding in the corner walked out from behind. She glanced at them, as if she wanted to follow them but didn't dare to. "Your injuries are almost healed. Leave on your own." Lung Hua glanced at her, paused for a moment, then pulled out a spirit horse. "This mount is for you." The woman looked at the mount and backed away with a pale face. No, I don't need this. I can walk on my own." Chapter 39:44. Seeing this, Lung Hua only smiled gently and tied up the spirit beast horse. The group continued forward. The woman watched them leave and hesitated for a moment before heading in another direction. A day later, they entered the city. As soon as they entered the city, they felt that some of the cultivators in the city were looking at them strangely. That kind of sizing up gaze was filled with scrutiny and surprise, as if there was something they didn't know. Why are the people in the city staring at us? Although we are very outstanding, there's no need to stare at us like this, right? Hui Lang rubbed his chin and pulled the spirit beast horse forward. Suddenly, he grinned proudly. They must have seen us leading so many spirit beasts, or perhaps they know that these spirit beast horses belong to the Azura King? Or has the news of the Azura King's defeat already spread? Du Fan patted his shoulder and said, "You're thinking too much." His voice paused, and he looked around before saying, "But we still have to be careful. I feel that their gazes are unfriendly." It was one thing in the past, but now that there were two more young masters, he had to be more careful in everything he did. "You two come with me and take these spirit beast horses to the auction house to auction," Du Fan said and glanced at Hui Lang and Lu Yun beside him. "All right, then tell Master and the others to go to the inn to rest first. We'll go back now," Lu Yun said and pulled the rope tied to Chi Kong and the others' hands over. "I'll go tell them." Du Fan walked forward and came to Feng Jiu's carriage to tell them. At this time, the monk on the black horse carriage opened the curtain and walked down, saying to Du Fan, "Benefactor, this poor monk can just walk here." Saying this, he walked to Feng Jiu's carriage and said, "This poor monk wants to visit an old friend in the city, so I won't be staying in the same inn as Benefactor. How long does Benefactor plan to stay here? When the time comes, this poor monk will come to meet you." Hearing this, Feng Jiu, who was in the carriage, lifted the curtain and threw a jade tablet to him. He smiled and said, "Master, I'll inform you when the time comes." "All right." As the monk spoke, he put his palms together and bowed to her before leaving. "Go. Take that carriage with you. Don't leave it behind," Feng Jiu said, lowering the curtain to let Lung Hua continue forward to find an inn to stay. After watching them leave, Du Fan said to Hui Lang and the other man, "Let's go. After auctioning off these things, we'll go around the city and buy some things back. Then let's buy some alcohol later. Let's see if there's any good spirit wine. I don't have much wine left in my space, so I'll buy some." As Hui Lang spoke, he pulled the rope and urged the spirit horses forward. He asked, "Where is this auction? We need to find someone to ask." "I just asked. It's still some distance from here. Come with me," Lu Yun said and led them forward. 2 out of the 3 of them were driving 30 spirit horses, while the other person was driving the carriage. As they walked on the street, it could be said that the people around them automatically made way for them. Each and every one of them was looking at them strangely. Seeing the 3 of them going to the auction house, a few rogue cultivators who were drinking tea on the side of the road looked at each other and asked, "Is it these people?" Chapter 39:45. When Du Fan and the others brought the spirit horses to the auction house, the middle-aged man at the reception looked at the spirit horses with cold sweat and gulped. "What? You're not going to accept them?" Du Fan raised his eyebrows and looked at him. He looked at the spirit horses and finally gritted his teeth and said, "Please wait for a moment. I'll get our head steward." With that, he quickly turned and walked inside. Inside, the middle-aged man found a man who was slightly older than him and said, "Head steward, there are a few people outside. They pulled some spirit horses and a black horse carriage and said that they want to sell it to us. What do you think?" Hearing this, the head steward who was talking to the 2 old men paused and asked, "Is it the rumor outside? It seems to be true, so we don't dare to accept it." The head steward lowered his voice and said. The 2 old men who were drinking tea at the side heard this and looked at each other. One of them smiled and said, "I'm curious. What is it that your auction house doesn't dare to accept?" "Yes, let's hear it," the other old man said. Hearing this, the head steward said, "There are a few people outside who want to sell something, but the thing they want to sell is a little tricky. It can be said that it's a hot potato." "What kind of hot potato? Why does it sound like it's a little tricky? Is there a rumor?" the old man asked. "You don't know?" This time, it was the head steward's turn to be surprised. He looked at them and said, "These days, the heavenly Tao has been saying that the Azura King met a few very powerful people in a run-down temple. Not only was he injured, but he also fled in a sorry state. He didn't even care about his mount. So when the people outside pulled the spirit horses into the city, the people in the city guessed that it was those people who spread the news. Hearing this, the two old men looked at each other in surprise. One of them asked, "Who is so powerful? What about those people outside?" It seems like it's true, but before he could finish, he saw the middle-aged man beside him pull him, as if to remind him that those people were still waiting outside. "I'll go take a look first. I'll come back in a bit." Just as he was about to leave, the two elders also stood up and said with a smile, "Let's also go take a look." Thus, the few of them walked out together. Just as Du Fan and the others were waiting impatiently, they saw a few people walk out from inside. Seeing those people staring at them and sizing them up, Grey Wolf stepped forward and asked, "How is it? Do you accept it or not? If you don't accept it, we'll have to find another one." He. The chief manager chuckled and said, "Sir, I reckon that no one else besides us would dare to accept these items." He smiled and said to the steward at the side, "Let the people below take those spirit beasts away and estimate the price of the items. I'll have a chat with these young masters and pay them the money later." Yes. Only then did the steward order his subordinates to bring the spirit beast horses and carriages to the side to check and appraise them. "Sirs, please come in and have some tea," the great manager said and gestured for them to enter. Seeing this, Du Fan nodded at Hui Lang and the others, then stepped inside. Not long after they sat down inside, Hui Lang asked, "What do you mean by what you said just now? What do you mean that no one else would dare to accept it? Do you know where our items came from?" Chapter 39:46. Seeing this, Du Fan smiled. It seemed that this auction house had a very strong backer as well. "Do you know what rumors have been spreading about you recently?" the head manager asked as his gaze fell upon them. Du Fan smiled. "It doesn't matter what rumors have been spreading, because we don't care." Hearing this confidence, the head manager's eyes flashed. "You're very confident. Since that's the case, I won't say much." When the two elders heard this, they could not help but glance at the head manager. They looked at each other, and one of them could not help but ask, "Did you really fight with the Azura King? It said that they threw away their armor and fled. Is that true? If it wasn't true, these things wouldn't be here." Hui Lang grinned and took a bite of the pastry on the table. "You dare to accept these things from us. It seems that you're quite brave." When they heard this, they only smiled and did not say anything. The Azura King was not the only force on this mainland. Since they dared to accept these things, they naturally had a certain backing. "If you have other things in the future, you can also bring them to us," the head manager said to them. Just as he was about to say something else, a white-haired elder walked in from outside. When he saw the elder, a strange look flashed across the head manager's eyes. He quickly stood up and bowed. "Elder Lin." "Greetings, Elder Lin." The two elders at the side also hurriedly stood up and bowed. Compared to how casual they were before, they were now much more restrained because of the elder's appearance. The elder responded but did not look at them. Instead, his gaze fell upon Du Fan and the others. His gaze was scrutinizing and sizing them up, and there was also an obvious aura of a superior. As the elder sized them up, Du Fan and the others also looked at him. A trace of surprise flashed across their hearts, because the elder's aura was very unfathomable, giving them a very dangerous feeling. "You may leave." He waved his hand, gesturing for the head manager and the other two to leave. Hearing this, the head manager and the other two looked at each other before replying, "Yes." Then, they respectfully left. Seeing this, Du Fan raised an eyebrow and said to the manager, "Tell the cashier to hurry up. We don't have much time to wait here." "Are you the ghost doctor's underlings?" the old man asked, looking at them. Without waiting for them to speak, he said, "Since the few of you are here, it seems that the ghost doctor is also here." Hearing this, Hui Lang rubbed his chin. Lu Yan's expression was normal. Du Fan brushed his robe and stood up. He said to Hui Lang and Lu Yan, "Let's go. He's going to collect the debt." Perhaps because he was ignored, the old man's face darkened. He clasped his hands behind his back and narrowed his eyes as he watched them leave. He did not follow them. However, after they had collected the debt and left the auction house, the old man with his hands behind his back also walked out. He restrained his aura and followed behind them. Du Fan and the others took the money from selling their items and walked into the wine shop. After buying some things and putting them into the space, the three of them turned into an alley. Chapter 39:47. Hee. I was wondering who had the guts to follow us. I didn't expect it to be you. He rubbed his fists and stretched his muscles, making cracking sounds as he approached step by step. Lu Yun stood on the wall of the alley and looked at the old man who was surrounded in the middle. His spiritual powers surged as if he was ready to make a move at any time. The fan in Du Fan's hand opened with a swoosh, and he fanned himself from time to time. With a cordial smile on his face, he looked at the old man and said, "What do you want to do?" The old man looked at Du Fan and felt that although he was smiling, it made his hair stand on end. Moreover, his aura seemed to have been released, which was different from when he was in the auction house. Could it be that this was their true strength and the momentum they should have? He couldn't help but take a step back and look at them warily. "Since you followed us out, why don't you tell us how you know about the ghost doctor?" Du Fan fanned himself lightly and walked forward step by step. The news that they had come here seemed to have quietly spread. These people guessed their identity as soon as they saw them. This really surprised him. Didn't this continent not know about the outside world? Where did he get the news about them from? The old man saw that the situation was not right. He turned his palm, and a teleportation scroll appeared in his hand. However, before he could open it, the man holding the fan in front of him and smiling amiably had already arrived in front of him. A fierce attack came, making him unable to care about anything else and could only defend himself. Hui Lang and Lu Yun stood in place and watched. When they saw the two people fighting, the aura in the alley spread. They looked at each other, and Hui Lang walked out of the alley, while Lu Yun continued to watch from the top of the alley wall. Because of their fight, the increase in their combat strength, the fluctuation of energy, and the aura of powerhouses spread out. Some nearby cultivators noticed and came over to see what was going on. Hui Lang leaned on the alley with his arms crossed. When he saw two cultivators coming over, he reached out and stopped them. "They're settling personal matters inside. Don't join in the fun." The two cultivators were stopped by him. Their eyes flashed as they looked at him and didn't speak loudly for a while. Not far behind, some cultivators were looking at the gray wolf while whispering to the people beside them. After a while, the 10 or so cultivators walked over. Before they even got close, they were already sneering at the gray wolf. "This alley doesn't belong to you. Why don't you let's get close?" As soon as his voice fell, he said to the two cultivators who were stopped, "This person is an outsider. He just entered the city this morning." What he meant was that this person was an outsider and had no background here. Even if they attacked him, there was nothing to worry about. "However, I saw you take a lot of things to auction house this morning." As the cultivators spoke, they stared at Hui Lang with ill intentions. "Bye." When the two cultivators heard this, greed appeared in their eyes. They were about to turn around and leave, but just as they turned around, several hidden weapons appeared in their hands. Chapter 39:48. The two of them only saw a black figure flash past in front of them. Then, they felt as if their muscles and bones had been twisted. With a cracking sound, they screamed in pain, and the world in front of them spun. The dozen or so cultivators looked ahead with pale faces. They saw that the two cultivators were twisted into a circle and tied together. Their bodies were arched backward, and only their abdomens were stuck to the ground. Their hands and feet were twisted and tied together. There was no rope, but they were twisted and tied together. Hearing the screams of the two people, cold sweat broke out on their foreheads, and they could not help but step back. "Want to leave?" Hui Lang clapped his hands, twisted his shoulders, and walked toward the dozen or so people. "Didn't you want to see my treasure? Come on." He stretched out his finger and made a beckoning gesture at them. "And misunderstanding. The cultivators hurriedly said, their voices trembling uncontrollably. "Hee. It's good that you misunderstood." Hui Lang grinned. "It wasn't easy for me to move my hands and feet. How could I let you run away?" He stopped and looked at them with his arms crossed. "Do you want to come over yourself? Or do you want me to go over?" When the dozen or so people heard this, they were so scared that they immediately turned around and ran. However, who knew that a force sucked them from behind and threw them all to the corner of the wall. Ah! Hiss! One by one, they cried out in pain. Before they could stand up, the black figure rushed forward, lifted them up, twisted them, and threw them to the side. For a moment, only the screams could be heard, and the people who heard it could not help but feel a chill run up from the soles of their feet. In particular, this was not in the alley, but at the entrance of the alley. Many people on the street outside saw this scene, but no one dared to go forward. Hui Lang took everything from them, then snorted and kicked them. Get lost. If there's a next time, I'll take your lives. Those people's hands and feet were tied together, and they were kicked to the corner of the road by him. They struggled for a long time, but could not break free. They could only cry for help and cry out in pain. While Hui Lang was dealing with these people, in the alley, the old man was already hung upside down by Lu Yun, hanging on the wall of the alley. Du Fan gently patted his chest with the fan in his hand, fanning himself. Looking at the pale, old man with blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, he smiled. Now, are you going to speak? The old man gasped for breath, his arms hanging limply by his side. It was obvious that they had been broken. His face was pale, and there was no fear in his eyes. There was only hostility. You dare to touch me like this? Aren't you afraid of the forces behind us taking revenge? Du Fan smiled with a cordial look on his face. Since you know that our master is the ghost doctor, then you should have heard of her great name. Do you think that we would be afraid of the power behind you? Humph. No matter how strong you are, even if your master is the ghost doctor, if you dare to go against us, it will be difficult for you to leave this mainland alive. Hearing the old man's words, Hui Lang stepped forward and punched him hard in the stomach. Old thing, you really want to die too slowly. Chapter 39-49. Du Fan looked at the old man who was hanging upside down. Not only was blood flowing from his mouth, but blood was also flowing from his nose. However, the old man did not show the slightest bit of fear, as if he was already prepared to die. Seeing this, his eyes flashed slightly. The old man's strength could be considered an overlord, and he seemed to be an elder in the auction house. For someone like him, perhaps death was not frightening, but it would be difficult to get information out of someone who was not afraid of death. It was not that there was no way to get information out of him. After all, other than their interrogation methods, their master also had a kind of pill that could make people tell the truth. However, that pill was not very effective for people with strong willpower like him. He thought for a while, then waved his hand and said, "Forget it. Let him go." Lu Yun did not say anything, but Hui Lang glared at him. Let him go? Let him go just like that? Yes, let him go. Du Fan gently fanned himself with the fan in his hand. He looked at the tortured old man and said, "This can be considered a lesson for him. Let him go." If they killed him, they probably would not be able to live in peace here. Although he was just passing by, he did not want to disturb his master and the others with such trivial matters. Hui Lang wanted to say something, but seeing that Lu Yun had already put the old man down, he did not speak again. "Let's go," the three of them said as they walked out of the alley. However, they did not expect that the old man would sneer, and a sinister voice came from his mouth that was overflowing with blood. "Are you afraid? Unfortunately, it's too late." Hearing this, Du Fan raised his eyebrows and looked back at him. Hui Lang looked back at the old man with a dark face and said, "Old man, it seems that you really don't want to live anymore." They had already spared his life, but he still dared to provoke them again and again. They really did not know what he was thinking. Should we take him back? Lu Yun looked at Du Fan and asked. He felt that leaving the old man here would be a disaster. Who knew what he would do when he turned around? Du Fan shook his head and said, "Let's go. Don't mind him." He walked out of the alley. When Hui Lang and Lu Yun saw this, they didn't say anything more and just left with him. On the street outside, Hui Lang couldn't help but ask, "Du Fan, why did you let him go? Wouldn't killing him solve everything?" Du Fan smiled and said, "After all, he hasn't made any real threats yet. If we kill him, then even if we are reasonable, we will become unreasonable. Since he followed us today, we will teach him a lesson. If he dares to do it again, then we will just kill him." Hui Lang grinned from ear to ear when he heard him say that he could just kill him. He liked this kind of clean and efficient way of doing things. He had already given the old man a way out, and now it was up to the old man to make his own choice. However, from what he had said just now, it was obvious that he would still come looking for death. Well, it seemed that he would have to sharpen his knife when he went back. Not long after the three of them left, the cultivators outside the alley cautiously looked inside. When one of them recognized the old man as an auction house elder, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. He quickly called for the people beside him to quickly send the old man back. Chapter 39:50. After Du Fan and the others arrived at the inn, the other two went to rest first, while Du Fan went to Feng Jiu's room to report the matter. You did well. Feng Jiu nodded and said, using peaceful means before resorting to force is a method that no one can find fault with. Du Fan smiled and said, but this way, I reckon that our journey won't be peaceful. I'm afraid that the two young masters will be frightened again. They won't be so timid. Feng Jiu smiled and said, you should also go and rest. They probably won't make a move here, so there's no need to be too nervous. Yes, Du Fan replied. He bowed and retreated out of the room. Xianyuan Mose, who was sitting in the inner room, rubbed his knees. He stood up and walked a few steps, then raised his leg to kick. He felt that his strength was not enough, and after walking a few steps, he felt a little sore, so he went to the table and sat down to rest. You still don't have any strength? Feng Jiu asked. It's a little sore, and I don't have enough strength, Xianyuan Mose said as he rubbed the acupuncture points on his knees. Feng Jiu thought for a moment and said, if that's the case, then we can only find tiger bones and tendons to use as medicine. She thought to herself, but tiger bones and tendons are not easy to find. If we didn't have a falling out with this auction house, we could have used the auction house to find them. But looking at the current situation, we have to think of another way. She stood up and said, we've been on the road these past few days, so I haven't made a medicinal bath for you to soak in. Tonight, you can soak in a medicinal bath. I'll have someone prepare it now. As she said this, she walked outside and called for Fan Lin and Qin Xian to prepare it. Xianyuan Mose, who was in the room, saw that she had arranged for the two of them to be together again. When she returned, he asked, you want to make them a couple? Feng Jiu smiled and said, the two of them are very compatible. Moreover, I only pulled them together because I saw that they were interested in each other. It can't be considered a forced pair. It can only be said that I pushed the boat along. She was married and had Mose as her companion, as well as a pair of adorable children. However, the people around her were still single. As their master, if there was someone suitable, she naturally hoped that they could find their own happiness. It would take some time to prepare for the medicinal bath at night. Feng Jiu first helped Xianyuan Mose with the silver needles, and then said, let them play with the two children. I'll go take a look. You go to bed and rest for a while. I'll come back later. Okay, Xianyuan Mose responded. He felt that his legs were hot and numb, so he went to bed to rest for a while. The others were playing with the two children in Leng Hua's room. When they saw Feng Jiu come in, they bowed to her and called out, Master. They didn't cry, right? Feng Jiu asked with a smile as she looked at the two children in their arms. No, the two little masters are very obedient. Feng Jiu nodded when she heard this. She looked at Qi Kong and said, Qi Kong, come over here. I have something to tell you. As she spoke, she sat down at the table. Everyone in the room looked at each other, and their gazes fell on Qi Kong. When Qi Kong saw this, he walked up to the table and asked, Master, what do you want me to do? I need tiger bones and tendons, but they're difficult to find, so I want you to go out and find out where in the city they can be found. As Feng Jiu spoke, she poured a cup of tea and drank it. Chapter 39:51. With regards to something as precious as the tiger bone tendon, it could be said that one only needed to inquire a little to obtain it. After all, there were only a few aristocratic families in the city, and it was not difficult for those who wanted to obtain information. Because of this, Qi Kong returned to the inn in the evening. Master, this tiger bone tendon can only be found at the auction house. I heard that they had just obtained it some time ago. There were a few groups of people who wanted to buy it from the auction house, but the auction house did not seem to have any intention of auctioning it. Hearing Qi Kang's words, Feng Jiu nodded slightly. The tiger bone tendon can only be used as medicine when it is air-dried from the hindhoof of an adult dual-fanged northwestern tiger. Because an adult dual-fanged northwestern tiger is difficult to find, its tiger bone tendon is very precious. It is normal that they are unwilling to auction it. Feng Jiao said slowly, one hand supporting his chin, the other playing with the teacup, thinking. Seeing this, Qi Kong said, since they don't dare to sell it, why don't I go to the auction house tonight? The tiger bone tendon could not only restore the strength of the muscles and bones, but if it was refined by an alchemist, it could also strengthen the body's muscles and veins. Perhaps it was because of this that the auction house was unwilling to auction it. If the tiger bone tendon was refined with other elixirs and then auctioned, the price would be much higher. No need. I will go by myself tonight, Feng Jiao said, waving his hand to dismiss him. When the sky gradually darkened, she asked Fan Lin to prepare the medicinal bath for Xin Yuan Mo's to soak in. She also instructed them to take good care of the two children and took advantage of the night to go to the auction house. At this time, in the auction house, there was a heavy atmosphere. The atmosphere was oppressive, and the people below did not even dare to breathe loudly. The elder in charge of the auction house was actually carried back with heavy injuries. This was like a bolt from the blue to them, and they were so frightened that their faces turned pale. The head steward waited by the elder's bedside to take care of him, not daring to be negligent. Outside the door, there were more than 10 stewards of the auction house. They looked at the tightly shut door with a heavy heart. The elder was injured to this extent. If the higher-ups were to blame them, wouldn't they also suffer a calamity? Ever since the elder was sent back, the chief steward had already sent a message to the higher-ups. However, there was still no one coming down to deal with this matter. They waited here in a panic, not knowing what to do. They're coming to the steward hurriedly ran in and shouted. He quickly walked into the courtyard and stood where the others were. When the others heard his words, they hurriedly stood up straight and looked at the courtyard door. 2 gray-robed, old men walked in with their hands behind their backs. Behind them were 8 cultivators with concealed auras. As soon as they walked in, the entire courtyard seemed to be enveloped by a powerful pressure. They couldn't help but lower their heads, not daring to look directly at them. When the head steward heard the commotion outside, he hurriedly came out to greet them. When he saw the 2 old men, he bowed and respectfully bowed to them. Then, he gestured for them to enter. The 8 cultivators behind them did not follow them in. They only stood in the courtyard and watched as the door was closed, blocking the view of the room inside. Only then did they withdraw their gazes. Chapter 39:52. One of the elders stepped forward to examine him. His expression was gloomy and unsightly. When the elder beside him saw this, he asked, "How are your injuries?" "The tendons and veins in both his arms have been broken, and it's not easy to recover. His internal injuries are extremely severe. Even with top-grade pills, he'll need to recuperate for a month before he can get out of bed and walk around." As the elder who knew medicine spoke, he looked at the person lying on the bed and asked, "Who injured you to this extent?" "Feng Jiao, that ghost Dr. Feng Jiao." The elder on the bed gritted his teeth and spat out the name word by word. Hearing this, the 2 elders' expressions changed. "Ghost Dr. Feng Jiao? You're talking about that Feng Jiao? Feng Jiao was the one who injured you?" "She wasn't the one who injured me, but it was one of her subordinates." The elder panted as he spoke. Perhaps it was because of his emotions, but his forehead was once again covered in cold sweat, and he coughed twice. When the elder who knew medicine saw this, he flipped his palm and took out a pill and stuffed it into the elder's mouth, saying, "Your injuries are not light. Don't be angry and recuperate first. We'll report this matter to the Lord. Now that they're in this city, we can't let them escape." As the elder spoke, he took a deep breath and closed his eyes, muttering, "This enmity must be avenged." The 2 of them went outside and gestured for the head steward to follow them. When they were outside, the 2 elders looked at the head steward and asked, "What exactly is going on? Tell us in detail." The head steward did not dare to hide anything and hurriedly told them about how Du Fan and the others had brought their spirit beasts and carriages to the auction house, as well as how the elder had been carried back. "You're saying that they've already fought with the Demon King, and that the Demon King's men were defeated by Fengjiu? One of the elders asked, his eyes filled with shock. The great manager nodded his head and replied, "Yes, I heard that they lost miserably. Furthermore, there's news from the underworld that the Azura King has issued a kill order. I don't think their journey will be too peaceful." The other person was silent for a while, then said, "According to the news we've received, this ghost, Dr. Fengjiu, came to this mainland for the ancient Golden Lotus. I've also heard that she's already obtained the ancient Golden Lotus. She should have left this mainland, so why would she come here? I'm not sure about that, no matter how hard we tried." Then, he hurriedly added, "However, I've sent my men to keep an eye on them." The two, looking at the items placed in the storage room, she raised her eyebrows in surprise. She never thought that this unremarkable auction house would have so many treasures. She rummaged through the room, but did not take anything else because her goal was only the tiger bones and tendons. However, after searching for the time it takes for a joss stick to burn, she still could not find the tiger bones and tendons. She stopped and skimmed through the places that she had not searched yet. Finally, her gaze landed on a long black box on the second shelf in the corner. She walked forward and took it down. Opening it, she could not help but smile. Chapter 39:53. So you're saying that if something goes wrong, his hands will droop weakly in the future? This was the voice of an elder. Yes, his injuries are in his meridians. The meridians in his arms have been broken, and it's not something that can be healed with ordinary medicine. However, according to the manager, the auction house has not sold the tiger bone tendons yet. If we use the tiger bone tendons to refine pills, it should be able to heal his hands. The other person said slowly. In the storeroom, Fengjiu's eyes flashed as she heard the voices getting closer and closer. When the door to the storeroom was pushed open, she hid in the void. The door to the storeroom was pushed open, and two elders walked in, chatting as they walked. This ghost Dr. Fengjiu is so powerful. If the Lord goes up against her, will he be at a disadvantage like the Demon King? Last time, I heard the Lord mention that Fengjiu's strength has regressed since that big battle. It has only been a year since then, and the Demon King's strength is not weak either. I reckon that he was too careless and fell into Fengjiu's trap. If the Lord and the Demon King joined forces to deal with her, the result would naturally be different. Although that's the case, I still feel a little uneasy. After all, Fengjiu's name is too well known. Countless people have been defeated by her, and now that the ancient Golden Lotus is in her hands, it's really a little. You're worrying too much. We've been by the Lord's side for so long. You should know that the Lord's strength is not necessarily inferior to Fengjiu's. Furthermore, we've already reported this matter back and are only waiting for the Lord's orders. Now we just have to wait. As the two spoke, they walked to the shelf inside. When they saw that the long box that should have been placed on this shelf was not there, they couldn't help but look at each other. Did the manager say that the tiger bone tendons were placed in a long black box on this shelf? The elder who knew medicine asked as he looked at the elder beside him. The old man at the side stroked his beard and nodded. Yes, we were talking about this place just now. We've been to this warehouse before, so when he wanted to bring us here, I indicated that he didn't need to follow us. After all, this place is so big. How can we not find it? But now, where is it? Could it be that he remembered the wrong place? The old man who knew medicine looked around and walked around, but he didn't see any boxes that could contain tiger bones and tendons. The old man at the side glanced at him before calling out in a deep voice, "Head steward." When the head steward, who had been waiting outside, heard his name being called, he hurriedly bent his waist and lowered his head as he quickly walked over to the two of them. Just as he was about to salute them, he heard an inquiring voice. "What about the tiger bones and tendons? Didn't he say to put it here? Why don't I see him?" The old man asked. Hearing this, the head steward was startled. He raised his head and said, "The tiger bones and tendons are placed here." As soon as he said this, he saw that there was nothing on the shelf. He couldn't help but be stunned. How did it disappear? It was clearly here. I even came in yesterday to check. The item was clearly placed here. But it's very obvious that this item isn't here. Chapter 39:54. That's impossible. All the valuable items in our auction house are stored here. The manager wiped off his cold sweat as he spoke. He looked around anxiously, but he didn't find anything. Then did someone sneak in? As the old man spoke, his gaze instantly turned sharp. That's even more impossible. Aside from being guarded both inside and outside, this storeroom is also filled with traps. It's impossible for someone to open the traps and enter. The manager's face turned paler as he spoke. This item wasn't lost, nor was it stolen. It could only be considered as him losing it. If it was any other time, it wouldn't be a big deal. However, right now, he needed to use the tiger bone tendon to treat that elder. If he lost the main medicinal ingredient, he wouldn't be able to bear the blame if his superiors were to blame him. Looking at the storeroom that stretched as far as the eye could see, the old man frowned and said, "Hurry up and look for it. If you can't find it, go to other places to see if there are any more. Send it over as soon as possible, so as not to delay the treatment." "Yes," the head steward hurriedly responded. Seeing the two of them walk out, he turned around to look and finally left with them. After they left, Fengjiu quietly appeared in the space. Thinking about their conversation just now, her eyes flashed. She didn't expect that someone on this mainland had already heard about their news and was preparing to make a move on her. Did they want to snatch the ancient golden lotus? Or did they want to use her to become famous in all the lands? Her strength had plummeted? Just because her strength had plummeted, did that mean she could be trampled on by others? If there really was someone who didn't know the difference between life and death, she didn't mind moving her hands and feet and letting them know her methods. A cold look flashed across her cold eyes. She didn't intend to take away all the treasures in this storeroom, but now, the corners of her beautiful lips curled up slightly, revealing a wicked smile. Since they had their eyes on her, it would be a waste if she didn't take it. She would first collect all the treasures in this storeroom. With a thought, she waved her sleeve, and all the treasures inside were taken in her space. She quietly exited the warehouse, but did not leave the auction house immediately. Instead, she concealed her aura and walked in the night. She came to a dark place and saw the two old men from before sitting and talking in the front hall. Not far away, a maidservant carrying a cup of tea was walking towards her. The corners of her lips curled up slightly. Her figure quietly moved forward, and while no one was paying attention, she took the tea from the maidservant's hands. At the same time, she covered the maidservant's mouth with one hand and dragged her to a dark place. Not long after, Fengjiu, who had changed into the servant girl's clothes, came out with a cup of tea. She combed her hair with one hand and touched her face with the corner of her mouth raised. Only then did she walk forward with small steps. In the hall, one of the old men said, "We've just received news that His Majesty will arrive in the second half of the night. He wants us to prepare first. When he arrives, we'll make our move so that they won't be able to escape this town." Fengjiu, who was wearing the servant girl's clothes, lowered her head and poured tea for one of them. Then she carried a tray to the other person's side and placed another cup of tea on the table. Just as she was about to leave with the tray, the old man who had taken a sip of tea looked at the tea and then looked at the maidservant. "Did you make this tea?" "Yes." Fengjiu didn't raise her head and only slightly bent her knees in response. Chapter 39:55. "No, I just feel that the taste of this tea is very special. It is very light and carries the fragrance of bamboo leaves." The old man said, then looked at the servant girl and asked, "What kind of tea is this?" "This is green bamboo spiritual tea. It is brewed from the new tea before the rain and bamboo leaves, so it has the fragrance of bamboo leaves," Fengjiu said in a low voice, with a trace of timidity in her voice, but in her heart, she was chuckling. When she knocked the servant girl unconscious and dragged her to a corner, she picked 2 tender bamboo leaves and put them in the tea to cover up the colorless and odorless medicine. She did not expect the old man to say that the tea had a special taste. Well, she added the ingredients to the tea and personally served it to the two of them. How could not taste good? "Go pack some of these tea leaves and take them with me," the old man said, indicating for her to leave. "Yes," Fengjiu replied, slightly bending her knees before leaving. When she turned to leave, the corners of her lips curled up, and she thought to herself, I'm afraid that after drinking it once, you won't want to drink it a second time. She went to the backyard, and when she reached a place where there was no one, she threw the tea tray to the side. She reached out and lifted the servant girl's robe, revealing the red dress she was wearing underneath. She turned back to look, and a smile appeared on her face. In the next moment, the tip of her foot lightly tapped the ground, and she flew into the air. About the time it took for a stick of incense to burn after she left, the head steward rushed into the front hall with a pale face. Elders, I heard from the guards that a servant girl came to serve tea. Did the two of you drink it? His anxious voice was filled with worry, and his eyes anxiously looked at the two people in the hall, as well as the cups of tea that were already empty. Looking at the cups of tea and then at the two elders, he felt his heart sink. When the two of them heard his words, they could not help but look at each other. One of them said, Just now, a servant girl came to serve tea. What about it? The head steward opened his mouth, but did not say a word for a long time. Is there a problem with that servant girl? Speak. Another old man shouted with a deep frown. Just now, the guard discovered an unconscious maidservant in the corner of the fake mountain. As the chief steward spoke, the two men's expressions suddenly changed. This tea. One of the old men looked at the old man who knew medicine and asked. However, his throat seemed to be choked with something. He could only say two words and couldn't ask anything else. When the servant girl came in, she only served them 2 cups of tea. If there was a problem, the problem would lie in the tea. The tea that I drank just now did not have the smell of any medicine. The only thing it had was the fragrance of the bamboo leaves. The old man who knew medicine said. However, even though he said that, his face turned even paler. It was precisely because of this that he realized that something was wrong. Almost immediately, he reached out to check his own pulse. After checking his pulse, he slumped into the chair, as if all the strength in his body had been sucked out. How is it? The old man asked anxiously and stood up abruptly. However, when he stood up abruptly, he felt his vision blur. His limbs felt weak, and he fell back down. Chapter 39:56. As he watched his cultivation slowly dissipate, no matter how calm the elder was, his face was now filled with shock and fear. His face was deathly pale, and his lips trembled. He wanted to speak, but could not because he was in disbelief. Hiss! When the chief manager saw this scene, he sucked in a breath of cold air and fell to the ground. This was the complete dissipation of his cultivation. At this moment, wisps of smoke also rose from the top of the other elder's head. He no longer struggled and only muttered with an ashen face. So that's how it is that in less than half an incense stick's worth of time, the two elders' cultivation had completely dissipated. As their cultivation dissipated, their appearance also underwent a great change. Their entire being instantly aged like a person who had 1 foot in the coffin and was about to die. Investigate. Investigate for me. One of the elders spoke. His hoarse voice was no longer full of vigor. Instead, it was filled with a sense of weakness and powerlessness. The moment he opened his mouth, his loose teeth fell out of his mouth and fell to the ground. The head steward hurriedly scrambled out of the room. Just as he stood up outside, his legs gave way and he fell to the ground again. It was as if he could already see his own end. It would definitely be more terrifying than what they were experiencing now. This is bad, head steward. A middle-aged steward hurriedly ran in with a pale face. When he saw the head steward sitting on the ground, he hurriedly stepped forward to help him up. He hurriedly said, Head steward, this is bad. This is bad. What's wrong now? The head steward used his strength to stand up and asked weakly, Haven't enough things happened today? The two elders' cultivation had completely dissipated, and they did not even know who had done it. Right now, what could be more serious than this? Head steward, the tiger bones and tendons have disappeared. I wanted to go to the storeroom to search, but who would have thought that when I went in, everything in the storeroom had disappeared? The steward said anxiously, his face full of fear. The items in the storeroom were priceless. Not to mention losing everything. Even if one item was lost, they would not be able to bear the consequences. However, Who would have thought that the treasures in the storeroom had all been taken away by someone? Well, what? The head steward, who had just stood up, felt his vision darken, and he almost fainted from the impact. Everything in that storeroom has been emptied. Not a single one was left behind. As the steward spoke, he hurriedly supported the steward and asked, "Steward, what do we do now?" The head steward was stunned for a long time. He grabbed the steward beside him tightly and muttered, "Help me back to rest. We'll talk when the Lord comes up." We'll talk when the Lord comes up. He didn't know what to do. Send someone to look for him? Where can I find it? He couldn't find anything even after searching aimlessly all over the city. His mind was in a mess right now. He was both flustered and fearful. He could only wait until he calmed down. Compared to the chaos on this side, Feng Jiu quietly avoided the people guarding outside the inn and returned to the inn's room. As soon as she entered, she saw that Xianyuan Mose was still sitting at the table reading a book, while the two children were already asleep on the small bed. "You're back," Xianyuan Mose asked as he took out a cup and poured her a glass of water. "Did you find anything?" Chapter 39:57. As she spoke, she took a sip of tea and said, "The people from the auction house intend to make a move against us. Moreover, their lord or whatever will come, and I reckon that Azura King we met last time will be there as well. So, I'm thinking, should we lie low for a while?" "You're worried about the two children?" Xianyuan Mose asked. "And after all, they're still so young. I'm not afraid of fighting with those people, but I'm worried about the two children." She paused and gently shook the teacup in her hand before continuing, "Moreover, that monk told me last time that I would encounter a bloody disaster this time. So, I'm worried that I won't be able to take care of the two children." "His words can't be trusted," Xianyuan Mose said as she took a sip of tea. She didn't think that the monk's words could be trusted. Feng Jiu smiled and said, "He is indeed someone with some ability. Although we can't completely trust him, we can't not trust him." She looked at the sky outside and said, "There's still some time before the second half of the night. I'll go refine the tiger bone tendons into a pill for you to take. However, I reckon that tonight won't be peaceful. We have to let them be more vigilant. Go into the space and refine it. That way, even if someone attacks, they won't disturb you." Xianyuan Mose said as her gaze shifted to the two children she was familiar with. "As for the two children, let them stay here. I will take care of them." Feng Jiu paused for a moment before saying, "All right, I will try my best to hurry." After saying that, she walked out of the room and told Leng Hua and Leng Shuang to take care of things. Then, she turned around and entered the room. Her figure flashed into the space. At midnight, a group of people appeared in the sky. They flew across the sky and directly arrived at the auction house. When the group of people entered the auction house's main courtyard, the cultivators waiting in the courtyard immediately bowed respectfully when they saw the person in the lead. "Greetings, Lord." The people in the courtyard shouted in unison, bowing their heads and cupping their hands in salute. The leader was wearing a mask. He looked at the people in front of him and frowned slightly. He asked in a deep voice, "Why is it only you guys?" Hearing these words, everyone looked at each other, not knowing what to say. They could only lower their heads. Seeing this, the head manager helplessly took a step forward and said in a trembling voice, "Master, the two elders' cultivations have been crippled." The air became oppressive and cold because of these words. The black-robed masked master exuded a gloomy and powerful aura. He reached out and lifted the head steward up. "What did you say?" That voice was gloomy and terrifying. The chief steward, who was lifted up, turned pale and didn't dare to struggle. He could only report the matter to him in a trembling voice. That's how it is. This subordinate is useless. This subordinate has failed in his duty. Master, please punish me." He did not dare to beg for mercy. He only asked for forgiveness. Bang! With a loud bang, the head manager was thrown to the ground. The sound of bones breaking could be heard, but no one dared to help him up, and no one dared to plead for him. The head steward painfully groaned. He clenched his teeth and got up, but he didn't leave. Instead, he knelt in the corner. "So you don't know who schemed against them?" the Lord asked in a gloomy voice. Chapter 39:58. As soon as he finished speaking, He felt a murderous aura fill the air. The head manager's legs went soft, and he fell to his knees with a thump. He hurriedly said, "Master, although this subordinate is unable to find out who did it, I'm afraid that in this city, only the ghost Dr. Fungio and her group have the ability to do so." He lowered his body and knelt on the ground, pressing his forehead against the ground. When he felt the murderous aura surrounding him recede a little, he secretly sighed in relief and said, "It's just that this subordinate's strength is too low, and I really don't dare to act rashly and alert the enemy. I can only wait for Master to arrive." "Fungio?" The Master lightly twirled his large black finger, his cold gaze penetrating. "Everyone says that the ghost Dr. Fungio, as a woman, has leapt to become the master of heaven and earth, standing above all the experts. I like to see if she's really as powerful and invincible as the rumors say. Master, that Fungio and her group have entered the city. This subordinate heard that they have 2 children with them, and one of them is sitting in a wheelchair with limited mobility." The kneeling head manager hurriedly reported the news he had heard. The Master's eyes flashed, and a cold glint flashed through his eyes. He said in a low voice, "Gather the troops. Surround them. I want to meet them personally." "Yes." The head manager hurriedly responded, and then stood up to quickly arrange things. At the inn it was the dead of the night, the time when people were sleeping soundly. However, at this time, Du Fan and the others had already dispersed the people in the inn. Go. Hurry and go," Hui Lang shouted, as he picked up a man and threw him out of the inn. "Go and stay somewhere else. This inn won't accept anyone tonight." You're going too far." A man was chased out, and he angrily and hurriedly tidied up his slightly messy robes. He glared angrily at Hui Lang and said, "You're all bandits, chasing us out in the middle of the night. Where do you want us to go to rest? You're really too reckless." "Ah, don't pull on my clothes. I'll go myself. A man was pulled out, and his clothes were pulled up to his neck, causing him to shout with a pale face. Wei Feng loosened his grip and put him down. He glanced at him and snorted lightly. "Wouldn't it be better if you said so earlier? You insisted that I had to drag you out before you were willing to come out. You know that we're saving you. You make it seem like we're bullying and humiliating you." A middle-aged man brought along a pair of young children as he walked out. They were guests of the inn as well, but they were woken up in the middle of the night and chased out of the inn. Even though they weren't members of large clans, they were from small clans. So the middle-aged man was originally slightly displeased and unable to understand their crude actions of chasing people away, yet not harming them. However, after he heard Wei Feng's words, his heart was slightly moved. Could it be that we'll encounter danger while staying in this inn? The middle-aged man asked, and he could be considered to be polite. Wei Feng glanced at him when he saw this, and then he said, "It's not that we'll encounter danger, but I reckon that this inn will be surrounded in a moment. Even though those people came for us, if they make a move against us, then it'll be unavoidable to affect all of you. So I drove all of you away." The middle-aged man's expression went grim when he heard this, and he hurriedly cupped his hands and bowed. "Thank you, young master, for informing us. We'll be leaving first." Chapter 3959. The middle-aged man, who was leaving with his son and daughter, couldn't help but tense up when he saw this scene. He hurriedly protected his son and daughter and retreated far away, his eyes looking at the inn worriedly. In this day and age, who would care about the life and death of others like them? He was originally annoyed that he had been woken up in the middle of the night, but when the other party told him to reason, he couldn't help but be convinced. Looking at the situation, the enemies of the youths in the inn should be these people, right? Looking at the cultivators surrounding the inn, each of them had a reserve cultivation base. With a single glance, one could tell that they were experts. He couldn't help but worry for those youngsters. "Father, there are so few of them. Will they be killed by these people?" The young girl tightly hugged her father's arm and hid half of her body behind her father. She looked at the scene with fear. Killing intent filled the air. Even though they had retreated to a corner, they could still clearly feel the cold and oppressive aura. The middle-aged man sighed. That shouldn't be the case. They seem to be quite strong. Although he didn't know the strength of the people in the inn, he saw that none of the men were panicked. Furthermore, they clearly knew that their enemies would come. Perhaps they had a card up their sleeves? In the middle of the night, aside from those who had been chased out of the inn, there was no one else on the street. Those who were still complaining and unwilling to leave, when they saw the cultivators surrounding the inn, their expressions changed, and they immediately retreated without caring about anything else. Because the target of these people was Fengjiu and the others in the inn, they only coldly glanced at them. When they saw them retreat, they didn't make things difficult for them. The group of cultivators flying in the sky were 8 cultivators carrying a palanquin. The group of cultivators stopped in front of the inn. The curtain of the palanquin was lifted, revealing a masked man sitting inside. "We greet the Lord." Everyone respectfully knelt down. When a middle-aged man who had retreated far away with his children saw the badges on the arms of the 8 people who were carrying the palanquin, as well as the mark on the palanquin, his face instantly turned ghastly pale. His body trembled, and he quickly covered the mouths of his children and led them away. The man sitting in the palanquin looked at the brightly lit inn in front of him while twirling the fingers on his thumb. He glanced around and asked, "The Azura King's men haven't arrived yet?" A cultivator respectfully said, replying to the Lord, "They still haven't arrived." "Gee, cowards, it seems that after suffering once, you're afraid of them." The man in the palanquin sneered. Contempt and disdain flashed across his eyes. He stared at the inn in front of him as a word filled with icy killing intent came out from his mouth. It was clearly transmitted into everyone's ears and reverberated in the air. "Attack!" "Yes." The cultivators received the order and responded in a deep voice. They stood up and drew their sword from their waists. Spiritual energy surged from their bodies. In the next moment, the surrounding people attacked the inn from all directions. Chapter 3960. However, when the sword Qi slashed towards the inn, it seemed to have hit some kind of defensive barrier and was bounced back. The cultivators who rushed into the inn were also kicked out when they rushed into the inn. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of heavy kicks hitting the cultivators' bodies rang out. The force of the kicks was so heavy that their sternum was broken and their internal organs were damaged. Some of them couldn't help but cry out in pain. They lost their balance and flew out, landing heavily on the ground outside the inn and in front of the sedan. Pooh! Fresh blood spurted out of the cultivators' mouths and splattered all over the ground. The cultivators raised their hands to wipe the blood from the corners of their mouths and tried to stand up. However, they found that they had no strength and fell back down. They were both shocked and anxious. They were shocked because they fell in front of the sedan and were afraid that their master would punish them for their incompetence. The more anxious they were, the more blood flowed out of their mouths. In the sedan, the masked man looked at the cultivators who had fallen in front of him with a gloomy gaze. He swept a glance at the cultivators on the ground and raised his hand. The people on the left and right of the sedan stepped forward and brought the cultivators to the side. At this moment, the inn's door creaked open. Du Fan walked out with a smile, gently fanning himself with a fan in his hand. Beside him were Qi Kong and Hui Lang. The rest of the people stood guard in other parts of the inn to prevent those people from attacking the inn from other places. "What are you doing here so late at night instead of sleeping?" Du Fan asked with a smile. His face was filled with a kind of amiable smile, but his eyes were cold. The masked man in the sedan looked at them. His eyes flashed, and he sneered, "I'm relieved to see you here." These people were here, which meant that the ghost Dr. Fengjiu was here as well. Qi Kong had been discreetly sizing up the person in the palanquin ever since he came out. However, he realized that even with his cultivation, he could not see through the other party's strength. Therefore, he lowered his voice and said to Du Fan and Hui Lang, "This person is very strong. We should be careful." Upon hearing Qi Kang's words, Hui Lang looked at the person in the palanquin in surprise. He couldn't see his face because he was wearing a mask, but his aura was indeed very strong. Hence, he said, "No matter how strong he is, can he be stronger than Master and Madam?" In his opinion, Master and Madam were already rare experts in the world. No matter how strong he was, he would not be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with them. It's better to be safe than sorry. As Chi Kong spoke, he moved his hand, and a long sword appeared in his hand with a swoosh. He pointed it diagonally to the ground. The long sword was suffused with a sharp, cold light, reflecting a cold light in the night. Go meet them. The man in the palanquin did not take action. Instead, he signaled for the cultivator beside the palanquin to go out and fight. Yes, the three cultivators stood out at the same time. Their figures dashed out in an instant. They did not hold any weapons in their hands, but a powerful airflow condensed in their palms and suddenly attacked Du Fan and the other two in front of them. Swoosh! 3 streams of energy shot out from the palms of the 3 cultivators, like ferocious tigers pouncing towards them. The ferocity of their auras caused Du Fan's team of 3 to feel a powerful will to fight and killing intent radiating from them. Split up. Chapter 39:61. The man sitting in the palanquin watched the 6 of them fight. His hand tapped on his thigh from time to time, as if there was some sort of rhythm to it. Seeing that the 3 cultivators were at a disadvantage against Du Fan and the others, he didn't show any signs of anxiousness and continued to sit there as before. When the 6 people in the air had been fighting for half an incense stick's worth of time, one of the cultivators was struck down by Chi Kong. The man in the palanquin shot out like lightning. No one saw how he attacked, but in the blink of an eye, he was already in front of Chi Kong. Chi Kong only felt a strong gust of air carrying a cold, murderous aura. He didn't even have time to react before his chest was hit by the other party. With a loud bang, his whole body fell backward. Chi Kong. When Du Fan and Hui Lang saw this, they couldn't help but be shocked. Their expressions instantly changed. In their momentary distraction, the 2 of them were struck by the wind blades in the hands of the 2 cultivators. Blood seeped out of their arms. You're courting death. Du Fan's expression turned cold. He spun the fan in his hand, and a sharp blade emerged from the fan with a whoosh, instantly cutting the throat of the cultivator opposite him. Ah! With a short scream, the cultivator's body convulsed, and he fell straight to the ground. With a bang, he fell to the ground. Blood flowed out of his mouth, and the blood from his throat also seeped onto the ground. After a while, he breathed his last. After being attacked, Grey Wolf's instinctive reaction was to counterattack. However, the opponent dodged very quickly, allowing him to avoid a fatal blow, but one of his arms was chopped off by him. Hiss! The cultivator sucked in a breath of cold air and roared. His arm was chopped off and blood splattered everywhere. His figure quickly retreated, and he staggered to the ground. Chi Kong, how are you? After killing that cultivator, Du Fan turned around and caught Chi Kong, who had fallen to the ground. He supported Chi Kang's body that had lost its balance. When he saw that Chi Kang's face was pale and blood was flowing out of the corner of his mouth, he couldn't help but feel his heart sink. Fan Lin, who was guarding the other side of the inn, was repelling the cultivators who were planning to sneak into the inn when he heard Du Fan's anxious shout from the front. He immediately responded, "Coming." As soon as he spoke, his figure quickly moved forward. When he arrived in front of them, he saw a masked man in front of Du Fan and Chi Kong. He was condensing a powerful airflow in his palm, preparing to attack the 2 of them. "Be careful!" He shouted loudly and did not retreat to avoid the attack. Instead, he quickly ran forward because he saw Chi Kang's face was deathly pale and his body was swaying unsteadily. If he received this attack again, he was afraid that "Don't come over." When Du Fan saw Fan Lin running over, his expression changed drastically, and he cried out in alarm. He was a little far away from them, so he might not have sensed the powerful aura of destruction. However, they could clearly sense that it was the aura of a divine king. This masked man in front of him was a God King level powerhouse. With such strength, let alone them, even if all of them worked together, they wouldn't be able to withstand his attack, let alone them. The aura of a divine king was released in an instant. That destructive aura made them break out in cold sweat. Their bodies stiffened as they stood there, unable to dodge. Chapter 39:62. The aura of death enveloped them at that moment. It had been a long time since they had experienced something like this, and all they could feel was a chill running down their spines. This was the aura of a divine king. This was the terror of a divine king. Even if there was only a difference of one level, a divine king could easily kill them. However, wasn't it said that there were no powerful cultivators in this area, and that there was no ruler of the heavens and earth? How could there be a god-king level expert here? Furthermore, they had never heard of such a person before. However, just as they watched the powerful aura of a divine king engulf them, and watched as the destructive aura of the attack swept towards them, a black figure suddenly appeared behind them and blocked their path. Before they could react, he had already pushed them aside and pushed them back to the door of the inn. Rumble. The two powerful airflows suddenly collided with each other, erupting with a terrifying pressure. In the air, the energy flow surged, as if a large stone had been thrown into a calm lake. Ripples spread out on the water surface. The moment the aura rippled out, the sand on the ground was swept up, and everything in the surroundings was swept away. The cultivators who were guarding the palanquins had no choice but to lower their bodies and press down on the palanquins to block the powerful aura. When the aura gradually dissipated, they raised their heads to look and saw that a handsome man dressed in black robes was standing in front of their master. His ink-black hair was tied up high, and his cold face was handsome with the charm of a resolute and mature man. His brows were slightly furrowed as he looked in front of him with a trace of displeasure. His deep eyes were like a bottomless abyss, mysterious and unfathomable. Under his tall nose, his sexy thin lips were slightly pursed. He had one hand behind his back and the other in front of his abdomen. His low-key yet luxurious black robes accentuated his slender physique. Even if he did not open his mouth, the intimidating aura of a sovereign overlooking the world was fully displayed, causing people to lower their heads in front of him, not daring to look him in the eye. Its master. Hui Lang was pleasantly surprised to see his master, who had suddenly appeared. His face broke into a wide smile, and his initial worries disappeared without a trace when he saw his master. "It's the Yama Lord who saved us," that Du Fan exhaled softly. Although he was shocked, he also secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Under such circumstances, he thought that they would definitely die. He did not expect the Yama Lord to save them. Furthermore, during this period of time, he had always known that his master had been treating the Yama Lord's legs. He also knew that the Yama Lord's legs were already able to stand up and walk. But this was the first time he did not appear in his wheelchair. Instead, he stood before them and blocked the danger and murderous intent. Cough. Chi Kong coughed, and blood flowed out of his mouth again. Fan Lin, who was beside him, saw this and quickly came to his senses. He went forward to support him. "Quick, let's go in." As he spoke, he helped her into the room, ignoring the battle outside. "Gray Wolf, you go inside. I'll stand guard here," Du Fan said, letting Gray Wolf go inside to guard. He gave him a look, indicating the two young masters in the guest room upstairs. Chapter 3963. The surrounding people retreated, leaving only Xianyuan Mose and a masked man standing there with his hands behind his back. Looking at Xianyuan Mose, who was wearing a black robe and emitting a powerful aura, the masked man's eyes flashed. He stared at him coldly and asked, "Are you the Azure Dragon Sovereign, Xianyuan Mose?" Although it was a question, his tone was very certain. It was obvious that there was no one else who could have such a powerful aura other than Xianyuan Mose. Xianyuan Mose glanced at him coldly, but didn't reply. Instead, his figure flashed, and his black figure shot out like a bolt of lightning, attacking the masked man at a speed that was too fast for one's ears to hear. The masked man's heart skipped a beat when he felt the powerful pressure. He didn't dare to be careless. He gathered all of his strength in his palm to meet Xianyuan Mose's attack, but he didn't expect that when the two streams of air collided, there would be a loud rumble, and the powerful air pressure would hit him in the face with a bang. Crack! With a crack, the masked man was sent flying. The mask on his face could not withstand the powerful force and cracked. It fell to the ground with a clang, revealing his true face. The blood in his body surged. He felt salty in his throat and spat out a mouthful of blood. He staggered back. When he finally steadied himself, he saw a palm coming towards him. It was so fast that he could not dodge it. He could only take it head on. Bang! Ah! There was a loud sound, followed by a scream. This time, he lost his balance and flew out. He crashed into the wall of a shop not far away. Because of the great force, a large part of the wall collapsed. The wall collapsed, and a masked man was buried under the rubble. Dust filled the air, and the masked man's figure could not be seen for a moment. "Master!" Cries of alarm rang out. The cultivators all ran forward in shock. Xinyuan Mose didn't plan on letting him go just like that. Instead, he walked forward step by step, releasing a powerful pressure that filled the air. The cultivators who were rushing forward felt their hearts tremble, and they couldn't help but retreat. His pace was neither fast nor slow. Every step he took seemed to be stepping on the hearts of the cultivators, causing them to only feel fear and panic. They wanted to go forward, but they didn't dare to. In the current situation, if they went forward, they would only be killed. As for the cultivators carrying the palanquin, although they were afraid, they still raised their swords and slashed at Xinyuan Mose. However, with their strength, in Xinyuan Mose's eyes, they were nothing more than children wielding swords. They were not worth mentioning at all. He did not even look at them. With a wave of his hand, a powerful force struck out. With one strike, each of them spat out blood and fell to the ground. Chapter 3964. However, at this moment, a loud crash sounded from within the inn, followed by Hui Lang's cry of alarm. "Little masters!" Almost as soon as he heard Hui Lang's cry of alarm, Xinyuan Mose immediately turned around and dashed towards the inn. His speed was as fast as the wind. However, no matter how fast he was, he could not outrun the Demon King, who was hoisting the two children into the air. Wah! Wah! The two children were woken up from their sleep and were hoisted into the air by their sleeves. The night breeze was slightly chilly, causing the two little fellows' faces to turn red. They did not know fear. They only knew that they had not slept enough and had been woken up. Hence, they instinctively began to bawl loudly. The children's cries rang out clearly in the night. However, it scared Du Fan and the others so much that their limbs went limp and their hearts were raised high. "Let go of the little masters. Let go of the little masters, and I'll spare your life. Let go of the little masters." Du Fan and the others shouted angrily. Even though they knew that he would never let go of the little masters, they still yelled at him loudly. This was the first time that the little masters had been placed in such a dangerous situation in front of them. Their minds were in a mess, as they were afraid that the Demon King would hurt the two little masters. Xinyuan Mose watched as his children were hoisted into the air. He watched as the blankets covering the two children had fallen off, leaving only a thin layer of clothing covering their bodies. He watched as they waved their arms and legs and wailed. His entire being felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, his entire body chilled to the bone. Under his sleeves, his hands were tightly clenched into fists. He watched as his children hoisted him up and stared arrogantly at the Demon King below. A monstrous, murderous intent churned in his eyes. "Let go of them, and I'll spare your life." His low and deep voice was icy cold as a powerful aura filled the air. As soon as he finished speaking, he paused between each word and said, "If you harm even a single hair on their heads, I will make you suffer a fate worse than death, even if you run to the ends of the earth." Those words struck the hearts of the crowd like a thunderbolt, causing a loud boom in their minds. Those sharp and cold words filled with murderous intent reverberated over and over again. Azura King, who was hovering in mid-air with the two children in his hands, was shocked when he heard Xinyuan Mose's words. However, he only sneered. The mask on his face concealed his expression, and only his gloomy and arrogant voice could be heard. "With Ghost Dr. Fengjiu and the Azure Dragon Sovereign's son and daughter buried with us, I think it's a win-win situation." As he spoke, he even lifted the child up and waved it in front of him. "Damn it!" Hui Lang clutched his chest and wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth. He clenched his teeth as he watched his two young masters being taken away by the Azura King. His heart was filled with anxiety and self-blame. He did not expect that the Azura King would suddenly appear out of nowhere, and even more did he expect that the little masters they had been heavily protecting would still fall into his hands. If anything were to happen to the two little masters, even if he were to die 100 or 1,000 times, it would not be enough to atone for his dereliction of duty. Wawa, wawa. The two children cried loudly. Their cries tugged at everyone's heartstrings, but there was nothing they could do. They could only watch helplessly as they fell into a passive situation. Chapter 3965. When she finished refining the pills in the cauldron, she slapped the cauldron with her palm, and 3 pills flew into her hand. After looking at the pills in her hand, she put them in a bottle and used her divine sense to scan the outside. Her expression changed drastically when she used her divine sense. With a flick of her sleeve, she appeared in the room. However, a large corner of the room was destroyed. Hearing the children's cries, she quickly walked out. The children were no longer on the small bed. Next to the small bed, Lung Shuang, Bai Qing Cheng, and Qin Xian were lying unconscious on the ground. Except for Qin Xian and Bai Qing Cheng, who were unconscious because of a frontal attack. Lung Shuang's wound was pierced through his back. There was another penetrating wound on his back, and blood was oozing out from the front. Lung Shuang, seeing that the 3 of them were not in good condition, she quickly helped Lung Shuang up and fed him a pill. At this moment, Lung Hua rushed over after fighting off 2 cultivators. He also quickly helped Qin Xian and Bai Qing Cheng up. Ignoring his sister's injury, he could only say, "Master, the 2 little masters." "I saw it." As Feng Jiu spoke, he looked coldly at the figure in the air. He was holding her 2 children in one hand. In the night wind, the 2 little fellows' faces were red from the cold. Their cries gradually became hoarse. Her heart clenched tightly. "Take good care of them." As Feng Jiu spoke, he handed the 3 children to Lung Hua. He stood up, walked to the gap, and rose into the air. Her red dress fluttered, and her black hair fluttered in the wind. Her beautiful face was as cold as ice, but it was fatally attractive. She looked at the Demon King and spoke in a cold voice. "It's just 2 children. What do you do with them? Why don't I exchange them for the 2 children?" As soon as she said this, Du Fan and the others couldn't help but cry out, "Master, you can't. Master, even if you want to exchange them, we should be the ones doing it." "I'll do it. I'll do it," Hui Lang shouted and said to the Demon King. "Let them go, and I'll be your hostage." "Huh?" The Demon King sneered, and his cold gaze swept across their faces. Finally, when his gaze fell on Xianyuan Mose and Feng Jiu, he revealed a strange and sinister smile. "If you don't want them to die, you 2 can have a good fight. I'd like to see how fierce the fight between the 2 of you will be." He stared at them with gloomy eyes, as if he recalled the time when he was defeated by Feng Jiu, and his aura became even more gloomy. Remember, he had to give it his all. Don't hold back. If you hold back, then I don't mind sending one of your children to meet the King of Hell. Hearing his words, Du Fan and the others' expressions turned ugly. They glared angrily at the Demon King and wanted nothing more than to pounce forward and bite off a piece of flesh. He wants to force Master and Yama Lord to kill each other. Damn it! They knew that this was his scheme, but no one could stop him. No one could stop him. What should they do? How can they save the 2 little masters? Chapter 3966. The 2 of them looked at each other from afar. One of them was above the inn, while the other was in front of the inn. Their eyes met, and in that instant, Xianyuan Mose understood Feng Jiu's intention. His eyes flashed, and his palms moved slightly. The spiritual energy in his body surged, and in the next moment, his figure flashed and attacked Feng Jiu fiercely. Feng Jiu did not dodge. Instead, he watched as Xianyuan Mose rushed over. There was no panic in his eyes, only calmness and steadiness. When Xianyuan Mose reached the top of the inn, he moved his hand, and a green sword appeared in his palm. "Master, Madam," Du Fan, Hui Lang, and the others who were watching from below felt their hearts tighten. They clenched their fists tightly, worried that they would be injured. They were even more worried that the Demon King would kill the 2 young masters. After all, they had already experienced the ruthlessness of the Demon King's methods. A person who could kill even his subordinates would naturally not care about the lives of the 2 young masters. Xianyuan Mose and Feng Jiu did not hold back in their fight. They had not sparred for a long time, and they wanted to take this opportunity to test each other's strength and ability to adapt. Moreover, the two of them also had an idea. Boom. Bang. Whoosh. A fierce airflow swept across the air, bringing with it a powerful airflow that covered the sky. The two of them did not hold back. Instead, the fight became more and more intense. Due to the intensity of the fight and the fierce airflow, their robes were torn apart by the airflow, and a trace of blood seeped out. However, neither of them paid attention to it, and neither of them paid attention to it. Looking at the intense fight between the two of them, the Demon King's eyes were filled with excitement and madness. With his cultivation, he could naturally see that the two of them were not holding back. The two of them fought as if they were determined to kill each other. Every move was fierce and filled with killing intent. The Demon King's blood was boiling, and he was indescribably excited when he saw Fengjiu's sharp sword swing and turn, refracting several rays of sword energy to attack Xianyuan Mo's. He could not help but shout, "Good! Ha 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 ha!" His insolent laughter was cold and sinister. As he laughed, he didn't notice that the two of them were getting closer and closer to him. Just as he was laughing, Xianyuan Mo's dodged Fengjiu's attack. At the same time, his silhouette flashed and dashed forward. With a flip of his palm, a stream of air seemed to carry a fatal force as it attacked the Demon King with a force that was too fast for anyone to cover their ears. The Demon King was laughing loudly. When he saw the attack coming toward him from the corner of his eye, he sneered sinisterly, "You're courting death." As soon as he finished speaking, he did not dodge. Instead, he moved his hand and moved the two children in front of him to block Xianyuan Mo's attack. It was as if he wanted the two children to die at Xianyuan Mo's hands. However, just as he moved his hand and lifted the two children in front of him to block the attack, a cold, murderous aura suddenly attacked from the side. In that instant, he was so shocked that he instinctively let out a low cry and looked in that direction, only to see a flash of green light coming at him like lightning. Whoosh! Chapter 39:67. The Demon King let out a blood-curdling scream. His mournful voice pierced through the air and entered everyone's ears. His arm had been chopped off and blood spurted out like a fountain. However, even though one of his arms had been chopped off, he reacted in an instant and used his other hand to grab the two children who were falling down along with his arm. He knew very well that these two children were his life-saving talismans. As long as they were in his hands, even if he wanted to do anything to Xianyuan Mo's and Fengjiu, they would not dare to resist in the slightest. However, just as he stretched out his hand to grab them, he felt a cold, murderous aura coming straight at him. He had no choice but to withdraw his arm and quickly retreat to avoid it. However, just as he dodged and retreated, Xianyuan Mo's attack came again. When he saw the terrifying aura that could destroy the heavens and earth, he felt a wave of regret in his heart. He had been careless. He had not expected the two of them to be so cunning. Xianyuan Mo's previous attack had been a feint. He had predicted that he would use the two children to block the attack. However, he had not expected that he would fall into their trap. Not only had he lost an arm, but he had also lost the life-saving talisman in his hand. How abominable! A heaven-destroying, earth-shattering pressure surged out along with a terrifying airflow, instantly enveloping the rapidly retreating Azura King. Shrill screams rang out from the airflow, reaching the clouds, shocking everyone in the town. Fengjiu and Xianyuan Mo's cooperation was flawless. When Xianyuan Mo's attacked the Demon King, Fengjiu turned around and rushed down. Before the two children fell to the ground, he reached out and caught them in his arms. When she felt the two children fall into her arms, she let out a sigh of relief. Only then did she feel relieved, because she had her refined pills in the space, and Xianyuan Mo's was guarding the two children. She thought that everything would be fine. She did not expect that her carelessness would cause the two children to fall into such a dangerous situation. If something had happened to them, she really did not know what to do. She fell from the air with the two children in her arms. Her hands were still trembling slightly. The kind of fear and panic was indescribable. Master, Madam, Du Fan, Hui Lang, and Yi quickly rushed forward. They were all injured and pale, but they did not care about their injuries. Seeing the two children return to Feng Jiu's arms, they all wanted to see if the two little masters were all right. Ah! A mournful scream reached their ears. Feng Jiu looked up and saw that the Demon King's robes were torn apart in the powerful airflow. His whole body was like a whirlwind of blades, and pieces of his flesh were cut and minced by the powerful airflow. Blood and flesh flew all over the sky. The people below could not help but feel a chill in their hearts when they saw this scene. They only felt a cold aura of death rising from the soles of their feet to their hearts. It made them want to run, but they were so frightened that they could not move. They could only watch this scene unfold before their eyes. Chapter 3968. He wanted to turn around and avoid the killing intent that was coming from the sky. However, his body was held in place by a powerful force. His entire body froze in place, unable to move. Even his nascent soul could not escape. He could only watch as the attack came towards him. Seeing the attack coming from afar, his eyes narrowed. He only heard a whoosh as the attack pierced through his nascent soul. At that moment, he clearly felt his body being torn apart. An aura of death instantly enveloped him. His nascent soul was shattered, his cultivation was crippled, and his body emitted a loud bang. Bang! He didn't even have the chance to scream before he exploded into pieces and scattered in the corner. Only the smell of blood in the air was left. Don't leave a single one alive. Xinyuan Mo's voice came from the sky. His cold gaze swept past the cultivators who were preparing to escape. Almost as soon as he spoke, Du Fan and the others below immediately attacked those cultivators. Even though they were injured, it was more than enough to deal with these cultivators. In less than half an incense stick's worth of time, screams could be heard coming from all directions. Corpses fell to the ground one after another. Blood splashed all over the ground outside the inn. The entire scene looked like a scene from hell, causing people to shudder in fear. While the children were still crying, Feng Jiu reached out to touch the foreheads of the two children. Her eyes could not help but fill with worry. How are the children? Xinyuan Mo's came to her side and helped to take one of the children. Looking at the pair of children whose small faces were red from the cold, his eyes were full of pity and self-blame. Their foreheads are a little hot. They must have caught a cold. Let's go back first, Feng Jiu said. Carrying the child in her arms, she hurriedly walked into the inn. The two of them entered the inn and came to a room that was not destroyed. After putting the two children on the bed, they hurriedly wrapped them with clothes. However, because of the night's cold and perhaps because they were frightened, the two children kept crying. They cried until their voices became hoarse and did not stop. Be good, don't cry. Mother is here. Feng Jiu comforted them softly and patted their chests gently with one hand. Because the two children were still young, she couldn't give them medicine casually. Seeing the two children crying like that, she was also anxious and her eyes turned red. Seeing her like this, Xinyuan Mo's went forward to comfort her. Don't worry. It's not a big deal for a child to catch a cold. He'll get better slowly. Although he said so, he was also very anxious and worried. After all, the two children had not been sick since they were born. Now that they were like this because of his negligence, how could he feel good in his heart? It's all my fault. If I had put the child in the space, maybe this wouldn't have happened. She blamed herself. When he heard this, Xinyuan Mo's looked at her seriously. He saw that she had her head lowered, her eyes were red, and her face was full of self-blame. And so, he sat down on the side of the bed, placed both hands on her shoulders, and turned her around to face him. Chapter 3969. His voice was low and solemn, and his handsome and resolute face had a serious expression. He looked at her and continued, You know very well that if we send the children into your space at the slightest sign of danger, as time passes, the secret of the heaven-defying space will be exposed. Moreover, everything is like this. After a long time, you and I will have a habit of sending the children into the space at the slightest sign of danger. Perhaps we want to protect them, but who knows this is not harming them? Hearing this, Feng Jiu stared at him blankly. For a moment, she was speechless, because she knew that he was telling the truth. When our children are in danger, as parents, we are the most worried. However, in the future, there will be many dangers and difficulties waiting for them on the road to their growth. We can't protect them forever. The only thing we can do is to protect them when they're young and teach them how to protect themselves. He exhaled softly and said slowly, even if we encountered such danger this time, we have learned a lesson. Because we have encountered it before, we can try to avoid the same thing from happening again. Fengjiu looked at him deeply. After a long time, she nodded and said, yes, I know. You are right. I rely too much on the space. Whenever something happens, I want to send the two children in. Xianyuan Mose held her hand and comforted her in a soft voice. Don't blame yourself. Calm down. The children still need your help to treat them. When he said this, Fengjiu finally reacted. Looking at the two crying children who had fallen asleep, she quickly reached out to check their temperature and then quickly stood up. You stay here and take care of them. I will go and get some medicine. The two children couldn't take ordinary medicine, so she would make some medicine that they could take and wouldn't hurt them. Xianyuan Mose watched as she pulled herself together. Only then did his furrowed brows loosen up, and the expression on his face gradually relaxed as well. He looked at the two children sleeping on the bed. Their faces were red, and they seemed to be extremely uncomfortable. Even though they were asleep, their little faces were slightly wrinkled, and there were still tears at the corners of their eyes. He helped the two children pull up the small quilt on their bodies, then stood up and walked to the outer room. He fetched some cold water and 2 small towels, soaked them in it and wrung them dry, then carefully applied them to their foreheads. Perhaps it was because they felt the coldness. The two little fellows moved slightly. Their small mouths flattened, their noses sniffed, and they fell asleep again. Fengjiu went to help the two children concoct the medicinal liquid, while Du Fan and the others cleaned up the area outside. Lung Hua helped the injured Lung Shuang, Qin Xian, and by Qingshan to their rooms, bandaged their wounds, and fed them medicinal pills. After cleaning up the things outside, Hui Lang and Ying Yi looked at each other and stood at the door. They wanted to go in, but they didn't dare to. After all, it was their fault for not protecting them well. Ying Yi, why don't you go in and take a look? Hui Lang nudged Ying Yi beside him, motioning for him to go in and take a look. Ying Yi paused for a moment, then walked in. As soon as he saw Ying Yi enter, Hui Lang quickly followed. Chapter 3970. As he spoke, he took the small basin of water away and replaced it with a new one. Master, it's my fault for not protecting them well. Please punish me. Ying Yi knelt down on one knee to beg for forgiveness. Hui Lang placed the basin of water beside the bed. Seeing Ying Yi kneel down, he hurriedly knelt down as well and said, Please punish me, Master. Xianyuan Mose glanced at them and said, Go and treat your wounds. Don't disturb the children here. Hearing this, Hui Lang raised his head to look at his master. Seeing that he had no intention of punishing them, he couldn't help but look at Ying Yi. Seeing Ying Yi nod and stand up, he rubbed his nose and hurriedly stood up and quietly left. When the two of them left, Du Fan and the others came up to them and asked, How are they? How are the two young masters? They caught a cold. Master is using cold towels to cool them down. Madam has gone to prepare medicine. Hui Lang said as he turned to look at the room. Master and Madam had also been injured in the fight. Although it was only a superficial wound, it looked like there was a lot of blood flowing out of the wound. It seemed to have coagulated, but they hadn't cleaned and bandaged it. Thinking of this, Hui Lang said, Master's wound hasn't been bandaged yet. I'd better go in. As he said this, he prepared to leave. However, just as he turned around, he was stopped by Du Fan. What are you doing? Hui Lang looked at him. You don't have to go, Du Fan said as he shook his head and said, The Yama Lord and Master are both injured. However, the wounds were caused by the airflow when they fought. It's not a big deal. The Yama Lord is taking care of the two young masters now. Master has gone to prepare medicine. You don't have to go in. When Master comes back, he will help the Yama Lord dress their wounds. Hearing this, Hui Lang thought for a moment and said, All right, then I won't go. As he said this, he looked at Lung Hua and said, Lung Hua, how are their injuries? Are your injuries serious? Hearing his question, Lung Hua said warmly, My sister and the others are all seriously injured. I've already helped them back to their rooms to rest and fed them some medicinal pills. Fan Lin just want to see them. He said that they have internal injuries and need to rest for a few days. It's not a big deal. That's good. Hui Lang nodded. They had a lot of medicinal pills for treating internal injuries. No matter how serious the internal injuries were, as long as one took the medicinal pills and recuperated for a few days, they would gradually recover. Du Fan glanced at the inn and said, Since the inn has been destroyed to this extent, I'll go talk to the innkeeper and give him some compensation. With that, he turned around and left. I'll go and prepare some hot water for my master and the Yama Lord. As Lung Hua said this, he also turned around and left. He felt that the two of them might want to wash off the smell of blood on their bodies later. Hui Lang and Yi simply treated their injuries and kept watch outside the room until the door of the next room creaked open and Fengjiu came out with medicine. Only then did the two of them go up to greet him. Madam, have you made the medicine that the two young masters can take? Hui Lang hurriedly asked. Yes, Fengjiu replied. He glanced at the two of them and said, You two rest for a while. There's no need to keep watch here. With that, he went into the room first. How is it? Did the temperature drop a little? Fengjiu asked softly, his gaze falling on the two children. Chapter 39:71. I've added some medicine that can calm the mind. Give it to them later and they'll be fine. As Fengjiu spoke, she stepped forward and picked up one of the children. Perhaps it was because he wasn't feeling well, but her hug woke him up. She saw the child's small mouth flatten and he started to cry. Son, be good. Mother is here. Take the medicine and you'll be fine. She softly coaxed him. She then called out to Hui Lang outside and asked him to bring a small bowl and spoon. Madam, small bowl and spoon. Hui Lang hurriedly brought the things over and then stood to the side to watch. He wanted to help more, to lessen the self-reproach in his heart. How much do you want? Xin Yuan Mose asked. He placed the bowl on the small table and unscrewed the lid, preparing to pour out the medicinal liquid. Drink 2 spoonfuls, Fengjiu said as she held the child and touched his forehead. She saw that her daughter had also started to cry after hearing her brother's cries. The two children were crying loudly, making people who heard them very worried. Hui Lang couldn't help but step forward and said, Let me carry the little master. He stepped forward and carried little Yu from the bed and carefully coaxed her. Xin Yuan Mose poured out a spoonful and placed it next to the child's mouth. But the child refused to drink and struggled to cry. Seeing this, Fengjiu could only hold him down and said to Xin Yuan Mose, Pour it. Hearing this, Xin Yuan Mose paused for a moment and watched her hold the child down. Only then did he carefully feed the medicine to the child's small mouth, which was open because his nose was pinched. The little fellow swallowed and burst into tears again. His heart ached for her, but he could only quickly feed her another spoonful. After the other spoonful was fed, he hurriedly said, Okay, quickly let go of your hand. Hearing this, Fengjiu glanced at him and gently patted the child's back with one hand while softly coaxing him. Son, be good. It's all right now. Perhaps it was because of Fengjiu's gentle voice that the child gradually stopped crying. He just blinked his eyes with his eyelashes stuck together and looked at Fengjiu pitifully. Seeing the child's long eyelashes slightly stuck together, Fengjiu couldn't help but sigh softly. He held the child's small hand and said, It's okay, mother is here. She put down the child in her arms and covered him with a blanket. Then, she carried her daughter in Hui Lang's arms and fed her 2 spoonfuls of the medicine. When Hui Lang saw that the two children gradually calmed down and stopped crying, he left the room. The two of them sat by the bed and looked at the sleeping child. They couldn't help but look at each other and smile. Compared to before, she seemed to be much better. Will the children's fever go down tonight? Xin Yuan Mose asked. Because they're still young, I didn't give them a lot of medicine. Their fever won't go down very quickly, but they should be much better by tomorrow morning. As Fengjiu spoke, she looked at the dried wounds on his body and said, Your wounds also need to be treated. At this time, Hui Lang poked his head in from outside and said, Master, madam, the water for bathing has already been prepared. Hearing this, Xin Yuan Mose said, You go bathe first. Treat your wounds first. Seeing this, Feng Jiu didn't refuse. After she went to bathe, Xin Yuan Mo's also went to wash off the smell of blood on his body. When he came out, Feng Jiu had already prepared the medicine. Seeing him come over, she said, "Sit here. I'll help you clean your wounds." Chapter 3972. Hearing this, Feng Jiu looked at him and nodded. "Yes, let's go back once we're done." She also wanted to bring the two children back to meet her parents and grandfather. Now that she had obtained the ancient golden lotus, although she could not merge with it, she had obtained an unexpected surprise here. Mo-chan was still alive in this world. To them, this was the best news, the best surprise. In a house, opposite a monk sat a Taoist with a sage-like demeanor. The two of them did not sleep in the middle of the night. Instead, they sat in the courtyard with a game of chess and 2 cups of hot tea in front of them. You knew there would be trouble, so you hid here. The Taoist stroked his beard and smiled at the monk in front of him. The monk placed a chess piece down and said, "How can the place where the emperor and Feng Xing appeared be peaceful? The emperor and Feng Xing's son and daughter are also here, right? That day, when the 4 monarchs came to congratulate us, I was very curious. I really want to meet the 2 children who were congratulated by everyone." The monk took a sip of tea and said slowly, "You and I have known each other for many years. You don't have to use words to test me. Heaven's secrets cannot be revealed. Whatever you want to know, I cannot tell you." Hearing this, the Taoist's eyes flashed and the smile on his face deepened. Seems like there really is something that cannot be said. Seeing that the monk pursed his lips and did not want to reveal anything, he did not ask further. He only said, "When do you plan to go back?" The monk glanced at him and said, "This poor monk has just arrived at your place." "Ha, good. If you want to stay, then stay." The Taoist smiled and placed a chess piece down. Compared to the blood and slaughter outside, the house was very quiet and secluded. The two of them played chess and occasionally chatted. It wasn't until the next morning that the monk stood up and said, "This poor monk will take his leave." Hearing this, the Taoist was stunned. "You're leaving?" He looked at him strangely and said, "Didn't you just come? Why do you want to leave? Let's go take a look." As the monk said this, he put his palms together and bowed. When he turned to leave, he stopped and looked back at the Taoist, saying, "Don't follow me." Hearing this, the Taoist was stunned for a moment. Then he laughed. Good, I will send you out." As he said this, he stood up to send him off. Because of the battle last night, many families and cultivators in the city had their eyes on the inn. However, no one dared to offend or inquire about it. They only knew that last night, the infamous Demon King and the master behind the auction house had been killed in this place. Firstly, they were surprised that the owner of the auction house was so powerful. Secondly, they were shocked that someone could kill both the Azura King and the owner of the auction house. This level of strength shocked everyone in the city. They didn't dare to approach, but they also looked at the ruined inn from a place not far from the inn. No one dared to take half a step within 10 meters of the inn until they saw a monk leisurely walking towards the inn. Does that monk want to die? Why is he going to the inn? A cultivator, standing far away, stared at the monk. Chapter 3973. This monk seems to have followed these people into the city last time, a cultivator whispered. "Yes, I seem to remember it too. You should be with them. Who is this monk?" "He seems to be a monk from the Million Buddhist sect." The whispers of the crowd did not make the monk react at all. He walked slowly to the front of the inn step by step and entered. "Master is back." Du Fan looked at him with a smile. "We wanted to send you a message because my master said that he was ready to leave." The monk put his palms together and returned the greeting, saying, "How are the benefactors?" "Haha, certainly not as good as you," Du Fan said with a smile, his eyes lingering on the monk. The monk seemed to know what would happen. As soon as he entered the city, he said that he was going to visit an old friend. After the matter was settled, he came back. "Amit Ba," the monk murmured softly. "Master is here." Feng Jiu came out from the second floor and said with a smile, "It's so early. Master, you haven't had breakfast yet, have you?" The monk looked up at Feng Jiu and saw that there was a bit of evil spirit on her. He withdrew his gaze and murmured softly, "Amit Ba, I'm relieved to see that you are well." Hearing this, Feng Jiu raised her eyebrows and chuckled. Master, you said that there would be a bloody disaster on this trip. Are you referring to last night? The monk put his palms together and shook his head gently, saying no. Feng Jiu smiled and walked down the stairs. Yes, I only suffered some superficial wounds last night. If you said that there would be a bloody disaster and asked me to be careful, it would naturally not be at this level. She slowly walked in front of him with a smile on her face. She said, I really want to know what kind of thing will cause me a bloody disaster. Heaven's secret cannot be revealed, the monk said slowly. Feng Jiu smiled and said, Master, sit here. I'll get them to prepare breakfast for you. As she spoke, she looked at Leng Hua. Leng Hua smiled gently and gestured to the monk. Great master, this way, please. He invited the monk to sit to the side and asked the waiter to serve breakfast. Feng Jiu said a few words to Du Fan and the others before returning to the room upstairs. Outside, Xin Yuan Mose sat cross-legged and adjusted his breathing. After he had consumed the elixir that Feng Jiu had refined for him, he circulated his qi to catalyze the effects of the elixir. When he circulated his qi in the morning, he felt all the qi in his body flowing away, especially in his legs. He could feel the energy gathering in his veins. Knowing that Feng Jiu had entered, he exhaled softly and retracted his aura. Only then did he open his eyes and look at Feng Jiu. How is it? Feng Jiu asked as she walked in front of him. Xin Yuan Mo stood up and his feet touched the ground. He felt that his legs had recovered to their original state. In fact, they were even stronger than before. Feeling the strength in his legs returning, he smiled and said, Your elixir is very useful. Chapter 3974. Xin Yuan Mose knew that she wanted to go alone to complete the task assigned by the Million Buddha sect. So he said, And that's good. The movement here is too big, so it's not good to stay here for a long time. Let them prepare and recuperate when they get there. After saying that, he looked into the inner room and asked, How are the children? Are they better? Don't worry. I just checked. Their fever has gone down, and last night's medicine has a calming effect. They slept very well and haven't woken up yet. Let them sleep for a while and give them something to eat later. Speaking of the two children, Feng Jiu's face was full of gentleness. When she saw the two children were sick, she was worried. When she saw the two children recover, that kind of feeling of relief really made her deeply understand how difficult it was to be a mother. The two went to the inner room to see the children. They saw the two children on the big bed getting familiar with each other. Their soft and cute little faces had returned to their normal pink color. Bubbles were coming out of their little mouths, and they were sleeping soundly. Little Mu Chun, who was wearing a sky blue little robe, slept very properly. He didn't move when he was asleep and kept the same posture. However, little Yu who was wearing a pink little robe, was very active. She turned over on her side and slapped her brother's face with her chubby little hand. Feng Jiu was so scared that he hurriedly reached out to block it. Xin Yuan Mose looked at his daughter, who didn't even sleep properly, and broke out in a cold sweat for his son. Little Yu small hand slapped over when she turned over. If he hadn't blocked it, he reckoned that this slap would have left an additional palm print on that little fellow's face, and she would have started crying. When he saw Feng Jiu carefully move his daughter away, he couldn't help but shake his head. With a touch of helplessness on his face, he said, Lil Ur will probably be a mischievous master in the future. At that time, I'm afraid that even Mu Chun, her brother, will be eaten by her. Hearing this, Feng Jiu couldn't help but chuckle. It's good that our daughter is mischievous. Don't tell me she wants to be like you, a big block of ice. What's more, my son is so young, yet he looks like you. Fortunately, little you can tease him in the future. The two of you can complement each other. Yes, you're right. Xin Yuan Mose replied with a doting smile. Naturally, he would not refute her words. Go and tidy up. Do you want to eat downstairs, or get someone to bring it in? After eating something, we can get ready to leave. Feng Jiu said as she looked at the two sleeping children on the bed, intending to wake them up and eat something. I'll get someone to send it in. You eat some too, Xin Yuan Mo said, then walked out and told Hui Lang, who was waiting outside. Not long after, a sumptuous breakfast was brought in. Hui Lang poked his head into the room and asked, "Master, are the two young masters feeling better? There's porridge in the kitchen. Do you want me to bring it over for the two young masters?" Their fever has already subsided, Xin Yuan Mo said, then glanced inside and said, "Go and bring it over." "Okay," Hui Lang replied, and hurriedly retreated to the kitchen to bring in the porridge. Chapter 3975. Xin Yuan Mo's, who was at the side, saw that the two children were full of energy and revealed a faint smile. He reached out to rub his daughter's hair and saw the little fellow poking her head out from her mother's embrace. Her chubby little hands grabbed his hand and stuffed it in her mouth. "Looks like she's hungry." He retracted his hand and didn't let the little fellow stuff the food into her mouth. He got up and brought the cooked porridge over from the table and carefully fed it to her. "Wear a scarf to avoid dirtying your clothes," Fengjiu said as he tied a small scarf around little Yu and little Mu Chen's necks. She held the two children in her arms, and Xin Yuan Mo's fed them. After they were full, she let Fengjiu put the two children on the bed and let her eat something. Downstairs, Du Fan and the others were preparing. Lung Shuang and the others also came out of the room. They had suffered internal injuries, and even though they had taken medicine to treat their internal injuries, their faces were still slightly pale. After all, the Demon King's strength wasn't weak, and he didn't show any mercy. If they didn't have medicine to treat their internal injuries, they reckoned that they wouldn't be able to get out of bed today. "I've prepared a few carriages. Later on, you all will sit in the one behind the masters. The last one will be for the Great Master and Qi Kong." Du Fan looked at Lung Shuang, Qin Xin, and by Qing Cheng as he spoke. Originally, there wasn't need for so many carriages. However, since everyone was injured, he prepared 2 more so that everyone could have a good rest on the road. "Have Master and the others eaten breakfast?" Lung Shuang asked. "It's been sent up. They should be almost done eating by now." Du Fan said as he looked upstairs. He saw the door open and 2 people carrying the children came out. "Master!" Lung Shuang and the others bowed and called out. "How are your injuries? Are you feeling better?" Fengjiu asked as his gaze fell on the 3 of them. "After taking the medicine, I feel much better. And that's good. Rest more on the road. If the journey is fast, we can reach our destination in 2 days." Fengjiu carried the children in his arms and went downstairs with Xin Yuan Mo's. When they arrived downstairs, they saw that the Great Master was already sitting at the side, chanting scriptures. They smiled and called out, "Great Master, we should set off." The monk opened his eyes and looked at them. Then he stood up, put his palms together, and murmured a Buddhist mantra. Then he walked to their side. His gaze swept across the faces of the 2 cute children in their arms before he retracted his gaze. Fengjiu didn't notice. He just let Lung Shuang and the others get on the carriages first. Then he walked with Xin Yuan Mo's to the carriages and listened to Du Fan and the others. It wasn't until everyone got on the carriages that the 3 carriages went out of the city. 2 days later, in the evening, Du Fan and Lu Yun were waiting for their master's arrival at the city gate. As they had to settle everything in order to live in the city, the 2 of them came first on their swords and found a good house in the city. When they arrived, they could move in. Calculating the time, they should arrive at this time. "How long do we plan to stay here? Master is going to do something. Do we need to go with him?" Seeing that the carriages hadn't arrived yet, Lu Yun started talking to Du Fan. Chapter 3976. Hearing this, Lu Yun glanced at him and asked in surprise, "Why? Do you think it will take a long time for Master to help the Million Buddhist sect?" "This is just one of the reasons. After all, if it is not really difficult, they can handle it by themselves. Why do they need Master to help them? What's more, the monk's strength is not low." Du Fan said slowly. He closed the fan in his hand and held it behind his back. His eyes flashed slightly, and he said, "As for the second reason, this area is now ownerless, and Master is here. Since we are here, how can we not take it? Based on Master and the Yama Lord's power, it won't be difficult for them to take over this place. However, Master's powers have yet to return to their peak. If you really want to do this, I reckon that you'll have to stay here for a while." As soon as Lu Yun finished speaking, he saw a carriage not far from the city slowly approaching. Looking at the carriage, he smiled and said, "Look, "Master and the others are here." Dufan looked out of the city with a smile on his face and said, "It's earlier than expected. I guess they didn't have much rest on the way. Fortunately, we have tidied up the house, so they can rest when they come." While talking, the two men stepped forward to take them into the city. Unexpectedly, before they left the city, the three carriages that were about to enter the city were stopped by the guards in the city. Seeing this scene, the two men looked at each other and quickly stepped forward. "Get off the carriage and walk into the city," the city guard shouted sternly, pointing the sword in his hand at the carriage. Lung Hua drove the carriage. When he saw the city guards shouting at them to get off the carriage, the gentle smile on his face disappeared. He glanced at the city guards and finally fixed his eyes on a captain of the city guards. He asked, "Is the rule in the city not to allow carriages to enter the city?" The gentle voice inexplicably made the city guard captain's hair stand on end. He looked up and saw that the man who spoke had a gentle smile on his face. He looked like a cultured and refined person and did not have the slightest bit of killing power. Thus, he coughed lightly and said, "That's right. Those who enter the city have to get off the carriage and walk into the city." However, just as he finished speaking, two carriages arrived behind them. Furthermore, the carriages were accompanied by guards. The carriages did not stop in the slightest when they entered the city. They directly headed towards the city gate and into the city. Looking at this scene, Lung Hua smiled and asked, "Then why did they go in?" The captain of the city guards frowned and said, "How is that the same? How is it different?" Lung Hua asked, "You are from outside the city, but there are aristocratic families in the city. The carriages all have the symbol of aristocratic families. As long as you're a member of an aristocratic family in the city, you can naturally ride a carriage into the city. The rule of getting off the carriage and walking into the city is only for outsiders." As the captain of the city guard spoke, he saw that the people in the three carriages did not get off and were still blocking the city gate. His face immediately darkened with displeasure. "Hurry up and get off the carriage. Otherwise, turn around and leave." His arrogant words were harsh. He clearly thought that they were ordinary people from outside the city. Lung Hua and the others all had their auras restrained. If one wasn't a true expert, they really wouldn't be able to see through their true strength. Chapter 3977. What's going on? Why are you blocking the way? Can't you see that you're blocking the way in and out? A displeased voice sounded from behind Lung Hua's carriage. Outside the city gates, a luxurious carriage was preparing to enter the city. However, because Lung Hua's carriage was blocking most of the city gates, the other side was empty and there were some commoners walking in and out. This way, the luxurious carriage was half blocked from entering the city. After all, this carriage wasn't as low profile as the previous carriages. Not only was this carriage luxurious, it was also larger than a normal carriage by half, which was why it couldn't enter the city. On the left, right, and behind the carriage, there was a group of 30 or so people. These people were travel-worn and seemed to have just returned from somewhere else. There was a trace of exhaustion on their faces. At this moment, they were blocked at the city gates and couldn't enter. All of their expressions were somewhat unsightly. When the city guard captain saw the symbol on the carriage, his expression changed and he immediately shouted, "Quickly get off the carriage. Take the carriage away and don't block the way here." No matter how good Lung Hua's temperament was, he couldn't help but become angry at this moment. Just as he was about to get angry, Dufan's laughing voice sounded from the front. "I was wondering what was going on. So, it's because of this that you're not allowed to enter the city in a carriage? Isn't this too discriminatory?" Dufan walked forward and lightly fanned his chest with the fan in his hand. Perhaps it was because she heard his casual and laughing voice, but the woman who was originally lying listlessly on the soft couch in the luxurious carriage immediately sat up. She stretched out her hand to lift the curtain and look forward, wanting to see who exactly was speaking. However, her line of sight was blocked by the carriage in front of her. She couldn't see what the person who spoke looked like, but she was surprised to see Wei Feng and Luo Yu sitting in the carriage to the side. The two of them had temperaments that were different from ordinary noble young masters and couldn't help but attract the woman's gaze. Her eyes lit up as she stared at the two of them with a love-struck expression. Young Miss, young Mississippi, the maidservant who was waiting on the side, called out softly while secretly pulling on the corner of the woman's clothes. She looked at the master, who had a dark expression, with some worry. She only felt that the atmosphere in the carriage had suddenly become oppressive, causing her to become somewhat restless. "What are you doing? Get lost." The woman angrily swung her hand with such force that the maidservant was flung to the other side of the carriage. "Hiss!" The maidservant hit her forehead and sucked in a breath of cold air from the pain. She felt something warm slide down her forehead. She touched it with a trembling hand and found that it was bleeding. The maidservant didn't dare to speak. She just shrank to the side and hurriedly covered the wound with a handkerchief. "Sit back down." The middle-aged man, sitting in the carriage, shouted angrily. Perhaps it was because of the anger in his voice that the woman had no choice but to withdraw her gaze. She glanced at her father and sat back down unwillingly. "Father, why are you yelling at me? I'm just taking a look. I'm not going to take him back." The woman puckered her lips as she spoke, and her gaze was still slightly reluctant to part with the window that she'd opened up a fine slit, and it descended onto Wei Feng and Luo Yu. Chapter 3978. The two of them looked at each other, and their attention was drawn back by the previous words. "I'm talking to you. Hurry up and get off the carriage, or turn around and leave, don't—" "Ah!" Before the guard could finish his words, he was sent flying by the fan in Du Fan's hand. Du Fan was fanning himself with the fan in his hand as he slowly walked to the side of the carriage. He looked at the guard captain who had been sent flying by his fan and said, "I'm a person who likes to use violence when I can't reason with him. You don't mind, do you?" The city guard captain felt his entire body fly out and hit the city wall before bouncing back and falling to the ground. He felt as if all the bones in his body had been broken. The pain caused his entire face to contort, and he was unable to speak for a long time. After a while, he spat out a mouthful of blood and glared at Du Fan. He shouted at the surrounding guards, "What are you waiting for? Go!" The guards were hesitant at first, but when they heard his words, they immediately rushed forward and attacked them with the sharp blades in their hands. In the luxurious carriage, the woman jumped up excitedly. "They're fighting! They're fighting!" She jumped out of the carriage almost as soon as she heard the fighting outside. She was so fast that even the middle-aged man sitting in the carriage couldn't catch her. "Damn it! Yi Fei Fei! Come back here! Catch her and bring her back here!" The middle-aged man shouted angrily, but he only saw the figure fly out like a butterfly and pounce forward. Du Fan waved the fan in his hand, and a sharp airflow came out, sending the city guards who were pouncing forward flying. He lifted his leg and kicked one of the city guards, which happened to press down on the city guard captain who was just about to stand up, causing him to cry out in pain and fall back down. Feeling a gust of wind behind him, the moment Du Fan turned around, he pulled the city guard in front of him and attacked backward. He planned to use the sharp blade in the other party's hand to attack the person behind him. However, he did not expect that when he turned around, what he saw was a girl with a red birthmark on her face who was dressed like a butterfly. The woman lost her balance as she dodged the guard behind her and fell towards him. It wasn't that he wanted someone to attack him from behind, but he had already pulled that person and threw out an attack. It was too late to retract the sharp blade that was flying towards the woman. In order to avoid harming innocent people, he immediately shifted his steps and moved to the side. He reached out and grabbed the woman's waist. With a turn of his body, he brought her along and avoided the sharp blade attack. "Ah!" The girl seemed to have been startled, and her clear eyes blinked as she looked at Du Fan. Her eyes did not have the same infatuated expression as when she was leaning against the car window to look at Luo Yu and Wei Feng. However, in an instant, she reached out and wrapped her arms around Du Fan's neck and pressed her head against his chest like an infatuated fool. "Thank you for saving me, young master. This little girl has no intention of repaying you, and is willing to repay you with my body." Her sweet voice was so coquettish that it could drip water, causing Du Fan to have goosebumps all over his body. He was originally still staring at the girl's eyes, but he did not expect that the girl would bury her face in his chest in the next moment, making a bashful expression, which really scared him quite a bit. "Miss, the patriarch wants you to go back." A few guards caught up, and their eyes carried a bit of disgust as they watched the girl throw herself into the man's arms. "No," the girl said stubbornly in a loud voice, her hands still wrapped around Du Fan's neck. Chapter 39:79. Du Fan had practically allowed the woman to get close to him. No, it was he who had wrapped his arms around the young lady's waist. However, this young lady was a bit too ugly. Although her figure wasn't bad, the red birthmark on her face had practically covered half of her face. Even if her facial features could be considered to be exquisite, the birthmark had completely destroyed her beauty. Coupled with her gaudy dress, it truly caused others to be unable to help but avoid her. The fan in Du Fan's hand tapped the woman's acupuncture point, causing her to let out a low cry as her hand went numb. In the next moment, her entire body was blown away by a force, and her figure fell backwards. When the guards saw this, they took a step back in unison and allowed the woman to fall to the ground. Du Fan had a smile on his face as he opened the fan in his hand and lightly swept it over his body as if he wanted to brush off something that had touched him when the woman approached him. At the same time, he spoke in a neutral tone. "Young lady, you must know that this young master was born handsome, confident, and elegant. Countless women have thrown themselves into my arms. If all of them were unable to repay me with their bodies, then this young master's backyard probably wouldn't be able to fit anyone in. Young lady, the patriarch has asked you to go." Only then did the guards step forward and carry the woman towards the carriage. "Presumptuous! Who allowed you to carry me away? Let go! Let go of me!" The woman shouted as she raised her leg to kick them. However, at this moment, she saw her father walk out from the carriage and shout angrily, "Haven't you caused enough trouble?" Luo Yu and Wei Feng looked at the luxurious carriage with spurious smiles on their faces. After they saw the woman being carried onto the carriage, the two of them withdrew their gazes and looked forward. Besides the city guard captain, all the other city guards had fallen to the ground. Thus, they drove the carriage towards the city, and Du Fan and Lu Yun led the way to the new residence. Along with their departure, the luxurious carriage behind them followed them into the city. However, after the middle-aged man entered the city, he glanced at the people on the ground and frowned, and then he looked towards the direction the carriages had vanished in before heading into the city. After they entered the city guard captain that had rushed over after hearing the news led a group over. When he saw the injured person, he asked in a low voice, "What happened?" The city guard captain was supported up by two city guards, and he forcefully endured the discomfort in his body as he reported the matter to the city guard captain. In the end, he said, "Guard captain, these people must be dragged out. Otherwise, they might cause some trouble in the city. Moreover, this subordinate doesn't think they're good people." The city guard captain immediately ordered the group behind him when he heard this. "Search for them." "Yes," the city guards replied before swiftly heading into the city. On the other side, Du Fan led them to a residence, and then he opened the carriage door to invite Fengjiu and the others to disembark while he said with a smile, "Master, Yama Lord, the environment of this residence can be considered to be good. This area isn't the central area, and it's comparatively quieter. Everything in the residence has been arranged, so you can rest once you enter." Xinyuan Mose and Fengjiu disembarked with the child in their arms, and they sized up the residence before striding in. The people behind them successively disembarked from the carriage and followed them in. The monk walked behind them, and he glanced at the residence before following them in. Chapter 39:80. Open the door. Open the door quickly. A group of city guards banged on the door of Fengjiu's residence and shouted. Because a large group of people had gathered early in the morning, the people around all stuck their heads out to see what was going on. Hearing the commotion outside, Du Fan, who had woken up early, said goodbye to Leng Hua, who was preparing breakfast in the residence. Then, he climbed over the back wall and left. Chi Kong was woken up by the commotion and was about to go out to take a look when he saw Leng Hua carrying the cooked porridge to his sister and by Qing Sheng. Seeing him, Chi Kong smiled and said, "Why are you up so early? You even cooked porridge?" "I'm used to waking up early, so I can't sleep." Leng Hua smiled and said, "I'm bringing the cooked porridge to my sister and the others." "All right, don't worry about the commotion outside. Du Fan went out and will be back soon. Hearing this, Chi Kong nodded and said, Okay, I know. But if this continues, it will probably wake the master and the others up. I'll go set up a soundproof enchantment in front. As he spoke, he walked forward. Seeing this, Lung Hua called out, Breakfast is in the kitchen. If you're hungry, go eat first. Okay, I know. Chi Kong waved his hand and replied without turning around. In a guest room, the monk had woken up early to chant sutras. Hearing the commotion outside, he only paused for a moment, then closed his eyes and continued chanting. After some time, the commotion outside disappeared. About 7 o'clock in the morning, the monk got up and walked out. He saw Du Fan, Chi Kong, and the others sitting at the table and chatting. Master, you're here. Sit. Du Fan smiled and invited him to sit down. He poured him a cup of tea and said, Grandmaster, the place you mentioned can be considered a hidden sect here. When I went out this morning, I asked around. Even in this city, very few people know about that place. Du Fan paused. He looked at the monk and said, However, I've also speculated during this period. Since they can take the 2 treasures from the myriad Buddha's sect and prevent your people from directly taking them back, I think the strength of this hidden sect must be very strong, right? He picked up the teacup and took a sip. Then, he put down the teacup and gently turned the teacup with one hand. He said, I heard from Lung Hua that the great master said that my master would encounter a bloody disaster this time. Last time, even though his opponent was the Azura King, my master only suffered some superficial wounds. I don't think it would be the bloody disaster that the great master spoke of, right? Could it be that this bloody calamity is due to this hidden sect? Amitabha. The monk murmured and did not say anything more. However, his attitude made Du Fan and the others faintly guess. At this time, Hui Lang came over with a yawn. When he saw them all here, he said, You all got up very early. As he spoke, he sat down at the side and poured himself a cup of tea. Suddenly, he glanced outside and asked as if he had just realized something. Huh? I heard someone knocking on the door this morning. Why is there no sound now? Du Fan smiled and said, I made a trip to the city governor's estate and obtained a token. As he spoke, he waved his hand and a token appeared in his palm. How did you get it? You didn't steal it, did you? Hui Lang asked with his eyes wide open. Chapter 3981. Hearing this, Hui Lang grinned and said, That's enough. What do you mean the city lord gave it to you? You probably got it by force like last time, right? I didn't get it this time. Du Fan looked at Hui Lang and said, I just asked the city lord one question and he gave it to me. What question? Hui Lang asked curiously. Du Fan smiled and said, I just asked him if he knew about the Demon King and the Divine King behind the auction house being killed. Hui Lang was stunned and then laughed. I see. Ha 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 ha. They chatted for a while. Seeing that Fan Lin was not here, Hui Lang asked, Why don't I see Fan Lin? Hasn't he woken up yet? Chi Kong heard and said, He has woken up, but he went to Qin Xian's place. They didn't know how the 2 of them got together, but they thought highly of them. After all, the 2 of them were a good match, and they knew each other well. Oh, he went to Qin Xian's place. Hui Lang nodded and asked, Hey, how are Lung Shuang and Qingqing's injuries? Are they better? Lung Hua said gently, My sister and the others are much better. They also took some pills this morning. There's nothing else to do here, so I'll let them heal their internal injuries first. Yes, that's what I should do. Their health is the most important thing, Hui Lang said and asked about other things. It was close to noon when they saw their master and little masters coming out. Xin Yuan Mose and Feng Jiu brought the 2 children out for a walk. The 2 little fellows had eaten and slept enough, so they appeared to be very energetic. As soon as they saw the new residents outside, they giggled. When they passed by the garden, they saw butterflies flying and reached out their little hands to catch them. Because it was their first time here and they were still injured, Feng Jiu was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, she stayed with her child for a few days. One morning after a few days, she went to the monk's courtyard. Master, Feng Jiu looked at the monk who was sitting cross-legged in the courtyard, chanting scriptures. He walked in and stopped beside him. Benefactor, you're here. The monk opened his eyes and glanced at her. He got up and invited her to sit at the table at the side. After the two of them sat down at the table, Feng Jiu said, "Great master, I'm preparing to leave tomorrow. I came to inform you today because I wanted you to wait here in this house. I'll be back when I'm done." The monk glanced at her and said, "Patron, this penniless monk will go with you." Hearing this, Feng Jiu raised his eyebrows. "Master, you want to go straight to the door? I believe you know that even if you go straight to the door, you won't be able to do anything to them. They won't hand over those things just because you're here. I know. I just want to do my part. Moreover, I've said that there will be a bloody disaster on this trip." The monk said slowly, his calm gaze falling on Feng Jiu. Feng Jiu pursed his lips and smiled. "It doesn't matter if there's a bloody disaster or not. In any case, I have to go on this trip. However, if you follow me, you'll only cause me trouble. Since that's the case, why don't you wait for me here?" Chapter 3982. This poor monk is only worried about your safety. I'm not worried that you'll take our sex, Sarira, and Heart Sutra for yourself. The monk put his palms together with a solemn expression. It was clear that he felt that she was in grave danger. Feng Jiu smiled. "Reverend need not worry, I'll be careful." She stood up. "I won't disturb Reverend's meditation any longer. I'll come back to see you after I've retrieved the items." Seeing her like this, the monk sighed inwardly. He stood up and put his palms together. "Amit Ba, almsgiver, please be careful." The next morning, when Feng Jiu was about to leave, she summoned Fire Phoenix from the space and had it stay behind to protect the two children. Xianyuan Mose didn't approve of this. "You'll be going alone this time. With Huafeng by your side to protect you, I'll be more at ease. As for here, you don't have to worry. I'll take good care of the child." Xianyuan Mose said in a deep voice as he looked at Huafeng, who had stopped at the side, and frowned slightly. Feng Jiu smiled. "I still have Tun Yun and the others in the space. It's enough to have them by my side. As for Fire Phoenix, I'm really worried when I'm not by the children's side. I'll be more at ease if it stays behind." "You don't believe that I'll be able to protect them?" Xianyuan Mose asked. Feng Jiu saw that his expression had darkened and hurriedly said, "Of course not. With your current cultivation, even I'm no match for you. I naturally believe that you'll be able to protect the children. However, there's always a what if. There are many things that can't be said for certain. So after thinking about it, I'll be more at ease if Fire Phoenix stays behind." She looked at Xianyuan Mose. "You also want me to be at ease with the family, right? Besides, Tun Yun and Old White aren't weak. It's enough to have them by my side." Xianyuan Mose didn't say anything else. "Since that's the case, we'll do as you say. However, you have to be careful when you're alone outside. Pay attention to your safety." "Yes, I know." Feng Jiu smiled. Her beautiful eyes narrowed into crescents. Fire Phoenix listened to their discussion and looked at the two babies on the bed. She couldn't help but fly over and rub her head against their necks. "Fire Phoenix, I'm leaving. Remember what I told you." After Feng Jiu kissed Xianyuan Mose goodbye, he turned to Fire Phoenix, who had stopped by the bed to look after the child. "Yes, Master, don't worry. I will definitely protect little Master." Hearing this, Feng Jiu pursed his lips and smiled, saying, "You can also go into their jade pendants. Ordinary people won't be able to find you." After she instructed Huafeng, she told Xianyuan Mose about the children for a while. Then, she called Du Fan and the others to the courtyard to give them some instructions. "Master, why don't you let me go with you?" Du Fan said as his gaze fell on her. They were all worried about the bloody disaster that the monk had mentioned. So after discussing it in secret, they finally decided to let one of them go with her. If anything happened, they could take care of each other. Chapter 3983. Hearing her words, they didn't say anything more. They just told her to be careful and watched her leave. After she left, Huilang couldn't help but look at Leng Hua and Qi Kong. He asked, "Are we just going to let Madame go alone? Will there be any problems? Should we follow her secretly?" Since Master said no, then there's no need to. As Du Fan spoke, he looked at his master who had already disappeared from his sight. He turned to them and said, "Master is going out alone. With her ability, it will not be easy for others to detect her. It will be relatively safer. However, there will definitely be many people keeping an eye on the little masters. We will guard here and protect the little masters so that master won't be worried when she goes out." Hearing this, everyone looked at each other, nodded their heads, and walked in. After they left, Monk walked out from a corner with Buddhist prayer beads in his hand. He paused for a moment, then turned and walked towards the backyard. After leaving the city, Fengjiu headed towards the north. She didn't walk, but used a flying device instead. As soon as she left, she was already thinking about her children at home. Because she missed them, she wanted to settle this matter as soon as possible. The place that Monk told her about was a hidden sect. It was said that it was about 2 to 3 days' journey from the city. Even if she traveled on the flying device, it would still take her 2 to 3 days to arrive. Moreover, the route was unclear, so delays were inevitable. The main thing was that she had to use another identity to sneak into the hidden sect. This was the more difficult part. The first day she traveled on the flying device was very peaceful. Nothing happened. At night, she didn't sleep in the mountains, but went straight into the space to rest. Compared to the cold wind outside, the space was warm and full of spiritual power. It was very comfortable. She came to the side of the spiritual spring and looked at the golden lotus in the water that was shining brightly. She couldn't help but smile. She believed that it wouldn't be long before Mo Chun cultivated an immortal body and reappeared in front of the world. The contracted beasts in the space all gathered around her, happily rubbing against her. She patted their heads and said, "I'm going to rest first. You guys cultivate more inside. Don't be lazy." "Master, I'm already very strong now." As Lao Bai spoke, he would sometimes take the form of a horse, and sometimes he would take the form of a white dragon. Just as he had said, although his current strength was not as strong as Tunyan, he was still very strong. Fengjiu smiled and glanced at Senior White before he said, "You can't even compare to the 2 cloud-devouring beasts in the space, yet you still have the nerve to say that you're strong?" Senior White instantly became listless when heard this. It was a fact that it couldn't compare to the cloud-devouring beast, but it hadn't expected that even the female cloud-devouring beast couldn't compare to it, so it couldn't raise its head. The mother beast had been cultivating ever since it entered this place, and it was still in the process of cultivating. Given how hard it was working, it was only natural that it couldn't compare. In Fengjiu's space, the white tiger had grown from a small pet to a majestic adult tiger. It listened to Fengjiu and Lao Bai's conversation while lying at Fengjiu's feet, occasionally looking up at her. "All right, let's disperse." Fengjiu gestured for them not to disturb her and went to rest. Chapter 3984. The next morning, after Fengjiu came out of the space, she continued on her journey alone. Because she was walking on a remote mountain path, she didn't encounter many people along the way. However, she didn't expect that at noon, when she was resting on a tree and eating a spirit fruit, she would see several blue-robed cultivators flying north on their swords. Seeing this, her eyes flashed, and she immediately ate the spirit fruit before quietly following behind them. She didn't follow too closely, but also didn't stay too far away. As she followed, she paid attention to the words and actions of those people, especially one of them who was relatively thin. When the blue-robed cultivators saw that the noon sun was quite strong, one of them said, "How about we rest for a while? Let's stop and drink some water. The noon sun is too hot. We're sweating from flying under the scorching sun." Another older cultivator saw this and said, "That's fine. Then let's rest under the tree in front." When the other cultivators heard this, they looked at each other and revealed a trace of joy. They immediately sped up and went to a shady place to rest. Sitting under the tree, they each took out their water pouches to drink. One of them only drank a few before emptying his water pouch. When he saw that there was no more water, he couldn't help but look around. Then he looked at the older cultivator and asked, "Senior Marshal Brother Lin, is there a water source nearby?" "There isn't here. We'll have to walk a bit further to find a water source." The older cultivator glanced at the empty water pouch and said, "How about you use mine?" Although he asked this, he had no intention of handing it over. When the man saw this, he revealed a smile and said, "No need, no need. How could I use Senior Marshal Brothers' water? I I remember that Junior Marshall Brother Ruan's water pouch was filled with water last night. I think there should still be a lot of water left. Right, Junior Marshall Brother Ruan?" He looked at the thin man who sat to the side and didn't say anything. He stared at him with a fake smile. When he saw that the other party was staring at him, or more accurately, at the water pouch in his hand, the man surnamed Ruan closed his eyes. He pursed his lips and paused for a moment before handing over the water pouch in his hand. The others were not surprised by this scene. Obviously, this was not the first time this had happened. The man took the water sack and poured all the water into his own water sack. Then, he threw the empty water sack back to him and said with a smile, "Junior Brother Ruan, you don't have much water left, so I poured it all out. You don't mind, do you?" "No, I'm not thirsty anymore," the man said with a timid tone. "That's good." The man smiled with satisfaction. The group sat for a while, rested for a while, and then continued to fly on their swords. In the dark, Fengjiu watched them leave and walked out from behind a tree. His figure flashed, and he quietly followed behind them. She did not continue on her journey. Instead, she chose to follow them under the cover of the trees on the mountain path. This way, it would be less likely for her to be exposed. As for those people, she guessed that they should be from that hidden sect. Right now, she was waiting for an opportunity. Chapter 3985. Although these people looked like they were from the same sect, there was not much sincerity between them. Although she had not come into contact with that hidden sect, looking at these people, she could vaguely understand why the people from that hidden sect would use people to achieve their goals. Thinking about it, this should be a sect that would do anything to achieve their goals. Moreover, the competition within the sect should be very fierce. Looking at how these people interacted with each other, it was obvious that it was natural for them to praise the strong and trample on the weak. These people didn't look for wild animals to eat. Instead, they took fasting pills and leaned against the fire to sleep. However, as the night gradually deepened, when the cultivators were deep asleep, the man surnamed Ruan stood up. When he moved, the older cultivator vigilantly opened his eyes. When he saw that it was him, he asked, "Junior Ruan, what are you doing so late at night?" The man glanced at him and lowered his voice as if he was afraid of waking up the others. He said apologetically, "I'm sorry, Senior Lin. I wanted to relieve myself. I didn't expect to wake you up." Hearing this, the older cultivator said, "Go." With that, he closed his eyes and continued to rest. The man nodded and glanced at him before walking away. Fengjiu, who was hiding in the shadows, heard the man go to relieve himself. Originally, she didn't plan on following him. However, when the man turned around, his gaze swept past the other cultivator. A trace of viciousness flashed through his eyes. She couldn't help but raise her eyebrows and quietly follow him. Along the way, this person had always given off a cowardly and weak feeling. Among the few cultivators, he was the weakest, so it was normal for him to be bullied and suppressed. However, what surprised her was that this seemingly cowardly person actually had such a sinister expression. When she quietly followed behind him, she saw the man take out a short flute and put it to his mouth. His fingers moved slightly, his mouth moved, and his breath moved, but no sound came from the flute. Just as she was slightly surprised, she heard something scuttling through the grass. A small black and yellow snake the size of a chopstick scuttled out from the grass. It coiled around a withered branch on the ground and looked at the man playing the flute. After a while, the man stretched out his hand to support the small snake and revealed a strange smile. He put away the flute and walked back to the older cultivator's side to rest with his eyes closed. The night was quiet, with only the occasional crackling of the burning branches and the rustling of the leaves in the night wind. After midnight, it was even quieter, and the few of them slept soundly. Fengjiu had been watching in the dark until she saw the chopstick-sized snake quietly crawl forward and arrive beside the cultivator who had been ordering the man, surnamed Ruan, around. Suddenly, the small snake leaped up and opened its mouth to bite the man's neck. The man was awakened from his sleep and let out a miserable shriek. He instinctively reached for his neck and grabbed the slippery snake. However, the snake's mouth was wide open and tightly bit his neck. No matter how he pulled, he couldn't pull it away. Ah, Senior Marshal Brother Lin, save me, save me. Chapter 3986. The cultivators who had been startled awake by the miserable shriek immediately jumped away and stared at the scene in horror. They watched as the bloody little snake crawled into his neck and entered his body through his neck. Meanwhile, his face gradually turned from pale to a dark purple color. The blood that originally seeped out changed color, and the color of his lips gradually turned dark purple. His eyes were wide open in fear, and one of his hands was still tightly clenched into a fist and pressed against his neck. In the next moment, his body suddenly twitched, and poisonous blood seeped out of his 7 orifices. His entire body stiffened and fell down. After twitching a few times, he stopped breathing. This scene happened right before their eyes. Moreover, it happened so quickly that none of them were able to react. They only saw that he had already stopped breathing. Hiss! The cultivators sucked in a breath of cold air. None of them stepped forward and only watched on with caution. After a while, they saw the small snake crawl out of the dead cultivator's heart. Their faces couldn't help but turn pale. Whoosh! The older cultivator raised his sword, and a ray of sword chi cut the poisonous snake in two just as it was about to escape. Seeing the 2 halves of the snake twitching on the ground, they felt a chill run down their spines. The chopstick-sized snake burrowed into the man's body. After a while, it burrowed out and its body grew larger. Why did it grow so large in an instant? Everyone knew that it grew because it ate the dead disciples' organs. In the shadows, Feng Jiu watched this scene and frowned. A trace of seriousness flashed across his face. He didn't think that an unremarkable disciple would have such ability. It was truly shocking. Her gaze couldn't help but fall on the man who was backing away in fear. She didn't think that this person would be so good at acting. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she wouldn't have believed that this was his doing. Senior Brother Lin, what kind of snake is that? Why is it so terrifying? A cultivator asked with a trembling voice. Just a moment ago, the person beside them was still alive. But now, he had died in such a terrifying manner. It truly shocked them. The older cultivator's expression was grave. He looked at the 2 halves of the snake and said, "I've never seen this kind of snake before. However, from this, it seems that this snake is extremely poisonous and very bloodthirsty." His face darkened slightly, and he paused for a moment before continuing, "This poisonous snake has appeared in our sect's territory, so it's probably not a good thing. When we return, we have to quickly report this matter to our superiors, so that the disciples who are guarding the gate can be careful." Hearing his words, the few of them nodded. After cleaning up, they sprinkled some medicinal powder around the area to prevent any more poisonous snakes from appearing. As for the dead cultivator, they only glanced at him with pity before dealing with his corpse. Perhaps it was because something like this happened in the middle of the night, they didn't go back to sleep. They just sat by the fire and thought about their own things. In the shadows, Feng Jiu's gaze fell on the man surnamed Ruan. She stared at him, and no one knew what she was thinking. The next morning, the few of them continued to move forward, while Feng Jiu continued to follow behind them. Perhaps it was because they were gradually entering the area of the hidden sect. She felt that there were many traps in the surroundings every time they walked a distance. Chapter 3987. The few people who were resting raised their heads to look. When their gazes fell upon the woman's beautiful face, their eyes lit up and their faces were filled with surprise and admiration. "It's Junior Marshal's sister Zhu." The older cultivator stared at the woman on the flying sword with a burning gaze. His gaze slowly moved down her beautiful face and landed on her exquisite curves. Feng Jiu, who was hidden in the shadows, looked at the woman and saw that she was wearing a white tube-top dress with a tight belt around her waist. It accentuated her slim waist and made her figure appear even more exquisite and alluring. Because it was a tube-top dress, even though it was covered with a thin veil, one could still faintly see her jade arms and snow-white breasts. Her gaze moved up and landed on the woman's face. Her face couldn't be considered peerless, but it had a charm of its own. Just by looking at the sparkling eyes of the man, it was clear that this woman's charm was not small. Ling Er greets Senior Marshall Brothers. The woman landed on the ground on her sword. When she arrived in front of them, she bent her waist slightly and bowed to them. She called out Senior Brother in a soft and tender voice. The men's hearts softened when they heard that. Their eyes stared straight at the spring scenery that entered their eyes when she bent her body slightly. Junior Marshall's sister Ling Er, there's no need to be so courteous. The older cultivator took a large step forward and extended his hand to help her up. However, he was reluctant to withdraw his hand. The woman shyly withdrew her hand and said, Master knows that Senior Marshall Brothers are already on the way back and specially ordered Ling Er to come greet you. When they heard this, they looked at each other in surprise. At this moment, the woman seemed to be curious and asked, Senior Marshall Brother Lin, did you manage to gain anything from your trip? Of course we did. The older man replied with a smile. It was precisely because we gained something that we wanted to rush back to report to Master. We didn't expect to meet Junior Marshall's sister here. From Senior Marshall Brothers' words, could be that Fengjiu is really in our area? The woman covered her red lips in surprise. That's right. He nodded, but didn't say anything else. Seeing this, the woman gently tugged on his sleeve, and her soft voice carried a hint of coquettishness. Senior Brother, Ling Er is very curious about that ghost Dr. Fengjiu. Why don't you tell Ling Er about it? Junior Marshall sister Ling Er, it's not that Senior Marshall Brother doesn't want to tell you, but I have to report this to Master first. Although the older man was greedy for her beauty, he didn't lose his head. Hearing this, the woman's eyes flashed, and she said apologetically, Ling Er forgot the rules. Senior Brother, please don't take offense. They chatted for a while before flying off on their flying swords. Fengjiu followed behind them. Around dusk, the people who were flying on their flying swords took out a pill from the space and swallowed it. Then they walked into a fog. Fengjiu, who was behind him, glanced at him and followed him. With her body, even if the fog was poisonous, it wouldn't harm her in the slightest. However, what surprised her was that not only was there poisonous fog, there was also a formation in the fog. If she wanted to pass through here, she would have to pass through this formation. The fog in front of her blocked her line of sight, and she couldn't see the figures of those people. She gathered her thoughts and decided to pass through the fog first. However, after walking for a while in the array, she heard a burst of teasing. Chapter 3988. She dodged behind a tree in the middle of the formation and saw the woman, surnamed Zhu, and a man hugging each other. Hearing the man's voice, it seemed to be one of the cultivators. Senior Brother, wait. The woman pushed the man away and pulled his half-open clothes with both hands. She said, Senior Brother, what news did you get this time? With the woman in his arms, the man panted slightly. He wanted to pounce on her and kiss her, but was pushed away. He had to ask, what do you want to know? The woman smiled and whispered in his ear, Ghost Dr. Fengjiu and the others, as well as the ancient Golden Lotus and the Million Buddhist sect. In fact, this news is not a secret to the people outside. Only we in the sect don't know about it. As the man spoke, he held the woman's waist and said, Ghost Dr. Fengjiu and the Azure Dragon Sovereign are here, as well as their twins. According to the latest news, Lord Azura and another divine king met and fought with them, but they died tragically in their hands. This news has spread everywhere, but their whereabouts are unknown. As for the ancient Golden Lotus, it is said that it has fallen into their hands. The Million Buddhist sect has not done anything, so I don't know what they mean. Hearing this, the woman's eyes flickered slightly. You don't know where they are? No, I won't lie to you about this. The man continued. After they killed the Azura king and the others, they disappeared without a trace, and no one dared to follow them. Furthermore, we didn't go out for long this time, so we hurried back to report to Master after hearing the news. As his voice fell, the man said again, Junior sister, can you listen to me now? As he spoke, he lowered his head and leaned forward. The woman smiled and let the man take advantage of her for a while. Then she pushed him away and said, Senior Brother, don't worry. We are about to return to the sect. When we arrive, I will find you. It's not good to be here now. Senior Brother Lin will come to find us when he sees that we are missing lest they find us." The man was a little unhappy, but when he heard that she would come to him after returning to the sect, his eyes suddenly lit up. "You will really come to me after returning to the sect?" "Of course." The woman smiled and tapped his chest. She stood on her tiptoes and kissed him. Then she adjusted her clothes and said, "I'll go back first. You can come back later." "Okay," the man answered with satisfaction. After watching her leave, he walked back after a while. Feng Jiu, who was hiding in the shadows, raised his eyebrows and walked out. He felt that the people of this hidden sect were not to be trifled with. She slowly walked forward and circled around the array. When she was about to exit the array, she saw that those people were resting not far away. Seeing this, she returned to the array. Because they were resting in the mountains, the sky gradually darkened. The cultivators ordered the man, surnamed Ruan, to pick up some branches. Feng Jiu, who was inside the array, saw the man walk away. Her eyes flashed, and she immediately left from the other side and quietly followed the man. At this moment, the man surnamed Ruan had walked quite a distance and turned back to look at the people resting. A trace of ruthlessness flashed through his eyes. He picked up some branches in the mountains and walked back. This caused Feng Jiu, who was about to attack, to miss the opportunity and could only wait. Chapter 3989. The man ordered as if it was a matter of course. He threw his empty water bag to him and said to the people beside him, "You guys should be almost out of water, right? Although we said that we can return to the sect tomorrow, it's still better to prepare some water so that we can drink at night when we're thirsty." Yes, I'm also out," another person said and handed his water bag to the man. He smiled and said, "We'll have to trouble you, Junior Ruan. This area is our territory. Just walk straight in that direction and you'll see the water source." The older cultivator said and handed his water bag over. After receiving their water bags, the man stood up and said, "Then I'll be right back." As he said that, he carried the water bags and walked towards the water source. The water source was slightly further away from where they were resting. When he reached the water source and bent down to fill it with water, the reflection of a figure in the water shocked him. When he instinctively turned around, what greeted him was a heavy blow, and he fainted. Feng Jiu caught the person who fell. She wasn't afraid that he would make a sound when he fell to the ground. Instead, she tightly grabbed his neck and broke it with a crack, causing him to lose all signs of life in an instant. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. It was blown away by the breeze and faintly filled the air. Although the cultivators were resting at a place far from here, when the trace of blood spread with the breeze, the older cultivator sitting by the fire and the woman surnamed Zhu immediately smelled it. The two of them instantly became alert. They suddenly stood up and swept their sharp gazes around. "What's wrong?" The others didn't understand and asked. "There's the smell of blood," the older cultivator said, and his hand was already on the sword at his waist. He stared at a certain place and said, "I'll go take a look." Just as he was about to take a step towards the water source, he saw a figure walking over there. He seemed to be carrying something in his hand. As he walked closer, the smell of blood became heavier. "It's Junior Ruan," the other man said. When he saw the rabbit that was stabbed to death in his hand, he couldn't help but laugh. He even brought back a rabbit. Feng Jiu walked closer. At this time, she had changed into the man's clothes and had also changed her appearance. She didn't have any of her previous aura and demeanor. Instead, she looked exactly like the man who was ordered around. "Senior Lin, what's wrong?" Feng Jiu walked closer and looked at the older man. "Did anything happen over there?" The older man asked, his gaze fixed on Feng Jiu. Feng Jiu shook her head and paused. "When I went to fill the water source, I saw a rabbit, so I caught it. Did something happen?" "Nothing, I just smelled blood in the air," the older man said, and his gaze fell on the dead rabbit, asking, "Why did you catch a rabbit and bring it back?" Feng Jiu bashfully smiled and seemed a bit embarrassed. "In the morning, I heard Senior Liang say that he wanted to eat roasted rabbit and saw this gray rabbit in the bushes, so I caught it and brought it back." Hearing this, the cultivator, surnamed Liang, smiled and nodded. "I didn't expect you to remember. You're quite considerate." Chapter 3990. Feng Jiu responded and took the rabbit to a nearby place to clean it. After cleaning it, he roasted it over the fire. Seeing his skillful movements, one of them smiled and said, "We didn't know Junior Ruan had such skills." Hearing this, Fengjiu's heart skipped a beat. However, he didn't show it on his face and said, "I know a little. I'm not good at it, so it won't taste good. I hope senior martial brothers don't dislike it." Their attention wasn't on Fengjiu. Instead, they surrounded the woman surnamed Zhu and talked to her. Fengjiu followed her observation and acted like the man surnamed Ruan. He tried his best not to reveal any flaws. That night, they rested, and she rested as well. Everything passed peacefully until the next morning. Everyone woke up early and continued to walk forward. Around 7 in the morning, they walked up the mountain stairs and arrived in front of the gate of the hidden sect. Fengjiu only took a quick glance before following them into the sect. After entering, the woman surnamed Zhu bid farewell to the few of them before leaving. The older man said to the few of them, "Come with me to report to Master." "Yes." The few of them replied and followed behind him. In order to prevent others from discovering that she was an imposter, she didn't look around as she walked. She only listened more and spoke less. This was in line with the man's words and actions. The few people didn't find it strange and continued to talk about their own things. No one paid attention to her. When they arrived at the waist of a mountain, they followed the older cultivator into a courtyard and respectfully bowed to the tightly shut door. Disciple greets master. The older man bowed and raised his head to look at the tightly shut door and said, "Disciple didn't disappoint. I've completed the task master gave me. Come in." An old voice came from the tightly shut door. Then, the tightly shut door opened with a creak as if it was pulled open by someone from the inside. The older man happily stepped forward and walked in. Then, the door closed. No one knew what they were doing inside. After about the time it took for a stick of incense to burn, the door opened again. This time, the older man walked out with a happy expression. After looking at the few people, he gave him the pills in his hand. "These are for Master. He wants you to go back and cultivate well. Strive to break through again." The older man said as his gaze swept across the pills in their hands. "Go back and have a good rest." The old voice came from the door again. After hearing his voice, the people in the courtyard responded and turned to leave. Fengjiu held the pill in her hand and looked at it, her eyes flashing slightly. Suddenly, from the corner of her eyes, she saw a figure come up to her and reach out to pat her on the shoulder. "Junior brother Ruan, we live in the same courtyard. Let's go back together." As he spoke, his eyes were fixed on the pill in Fengjiu's hand. Hearing this, Fengjiu smiled and looked at him with surprise. "Senior Ruan wants to go back with me? Let's go, let's go," the cultivator said and pulled her away. At the same time, he said to the people behind him, "We'll go back first." Chapter 3991. Seeing the three of them leave one after another, the few people who were still standing at the same spot couldn't help but look at each other. They all knew in their hearts that the boy with the surname Ruan would not be able to keep the pill. They just didn't know whose hands it would end up in. Because this was their master's courtyard, the three of them didn't speak here. Instead, they walked out of the courtyard in the direction of their residence. After going out for a while, they came back with a medicinal pill that could increase their strength. Right now, they only wanted to go back and quickly consume the medicinal pill to cultivate and strive to increase their strength again, so as to prevent any accidents from happening. Fengjiu was originally still wondering where the man with the surname Ruan lived. She didn't expect that this person would covet the pill in her hand, which saved her a lot of trouble. She followed the man and didn't say much because she knew that there was someone following behind her. She just didn't know if the man with the surname Lin also had his eyes on the pill in her hand. When they arrived at a courtyard, the man walking beside Fengjiu smiled and said, "Junior brother Ruan, you see that you're still some distance away from advancing. Even if you consume this pill, it'll be a waste. How about I give you something else in exchange?" This. Fengjiu hesitated. Her face revealed a conflicted expression as if she was reluctant to part with the pill, but also seemed like she didn't dare to refuse. Seeing Fengjiu's hesitant expression as if she was reluctant to part with the pill, his face immediately darkened. He looked at her and said, "What? Don't tell me you still want to refuse? Don't forget, if it were someone else, they would directly snatch your pill. They wouldn't be as easy to talk to as I am. No, no. I'm just that before she could finish speaking, the man with the surname Lin who had been following behind walked out and interrupted her. Junior brother Juan, why don't you exchange with me? The man with the surname Lin walked out and looked at Fengjiu. He said, the pill in your hand is a high-grade pill. How about I give you 3 middle-grade pills? In addition, I can also promise you that no one will dare to bully you here in the future. Seeing the man surnamed Lin, the man couldn't help but panic. He quickly lowered his head and bowed. Greetings, Senior Brother Lin. A trace of resentment and unwillingness flashed through his eyes. The medicinal pill was right in front of his eyes, yet he had interfered. It was really hateful. However, the other party's strength was stronger than his. In front of him, he could only endure. Junior Juan, what do you think? He looked at Fengjiu and asked. Fengjiu looked at him and thought for a moment before saying, Junior Brother Lin's suggestion is naturally excellent. As she spoke, she took out the pill she had obtained earlier and handed it over with both hands. In fact, he really wanted to laugh in his heart. It was just a pill, and the people here were actually fighting over it like this. However, it was obvious that the competition based on strength was extremely great. The man surnamed Lin smiled with satisfaction. He took out a bottle and handed it over. At the same time, he put away the medicinal pills and said, these 3 medicinal pills are perfect for Junior Apprentice Brother's cultivation. In the future, if anyone makes things difficult for Junior Apprentice Brother can come find me in the first monastery. Yes, many thanks, Senior Brother Lin. Fengjiu said gratefully and bowed towards him. After watching him leave, she looked at the gloomy man beside her. Just as she was about to say something, she heard his strange voice. Chapter 30-992. His gaze was somewhat sinister as he said, Senior Brother Lin is our master's strongest disciple. With him protecting you, you will be able to do whatever you want in the future. Fengjiu smiled in her heart when she heard that. However, on the surface there was some uneasiness. She looked at the man and said, Senior you misunderstood. Actually, I want to give these pills to you. Hearing her words, the man's pupils shrank. As if in disbelief, he asked, what did you say? Senior Brother, the 3 pills that Senior Brother Lin gave me, I want to give them to you. Fengjiu smiled embarrassedly and said, I live in this courtyard with Senior Brother and have always been under Senior Brother's care. Senior Brother also knows that I don't have anything good. Although these 3 pills can't be compared to the ones that Master gave me, they're still middle-grade pills. If Senior Brother doesn't mind, please accept them. Perhaps because he didn't expect Fengjiu to actually give the pills to him, he didn't even have time to retract the sinister expression on his face as he stared at her in shock. Are you serious? Yes. She handed the pills over with both hands and said with a smile, please take care of me in the future, Senior Brother. Hearing these words, the sinister expression in the man's eyes finally dissipated, and his gaze towards Fengjiu was no longer as cold as before. After keeping the pills, he revealed a smile and said, all right, we are all fellow disciples of the same courtyard. Since you know how to conduct yourself, I will also know what's good for me. Although my strength can't be compared to Senior Brother Lin's, it's not bad either. If anything happens to you in the future, I will naturally take care of you. Thank you, Senior Brother. Fengjiu smiled and cupped her hands in greeting. She thought to herself, a few unpresentable pills were enough to settle this fellow disciple's murderous intentions. She was quite happy to clear her mind. The man happily walked to the room on the left. Seeing this, Fengjiu glanced at the courtyard before walking to the room on the right. There were 2 people living in the courtyard. Other than the private room, the courtyard was shared by the 2 of them. After entering the room, she took a look around the room. There was nothing special about the simple furnishings, but she was satisfied that the room was big enough. She cleaned up the room and replaced all the things on the bed. After she was done, she closed the door and sat on the bed. She put down the bed curtains and took out the things that belonged to the man, surnamed Juan, from the space to check if there was anything that was useful. When her gaze fell on the piccolo, she couldn't help but recall the scene of this person using the piccolo to control the poisonous snake to bite that cultivator to death. When she thought about it again, she felt that there wasn't a single person here who was a good person. Even the weak who had been bullied and humiliated could not help but harbor vicious thoughts of revenge. However, that person was already dead. Even his corpse had been turned into a puddle of blood by the corpse dissolving water. The piccolo was of no use. She placed the piccolo to the side and rummaged through the other things. At that moment, she heard footsteps coming from the courtyard. With a wave of her sleeve, she put away the things on the bed and lay down with her clothes on. She covered herself with a blanket and went to sleep. Junior brother Juan, we heard you returned, so we came to see you. Chapter 3993. On the bed, Fengjiu frowned, a cold glint flashing through her eyes. When she saw them enter the inner room, she hurriedly got up from the bed and looked at them with a frightened expression. Oh, Junior Juan is sleeping. The man in the lead looked at Fengjiu and sized her up. He smiled and said, Junior Juan, I heard that Master gave each of you a pill as a reward. Fengjiu looked at them, paused, and said, Yes, but the pill is no longer with me. Ha ha, Junior Juan, who are you trying to fool? We came here as soon as we heard the news. Who could be faster than us? The man clearly didn't believe her. His gaze shifted to the space ring on her hand and said, Why don't you take out the item in your space ring for us to see? Hearing this, a cold glint flashed through Fengjiu's eyes. She looked at them worriedly and said, Senior brothers, you should leave quickly. Senior brother Lin and senior brother, he both said that whoever makes trouble for me will be making trouble for them. If they find out, I'm afraid. Are you joking? Senior brother Lin and senior brother, he will stand up for you? They clearly didn't believe her. Seeing that Fengjiu wasn't willing to take out the pill, their faces turned cold and they said, Are you going to obediently take it out yourself? Or do you want us to make a move? If we make a move, you won't have a good time. Don't mess around. Senior brother, he should be cultivating right now. It won't be good if you disturb him, she said with a panicked expression as she retreated to a corner. We're not looking for him. We're only looking for you. A cold smile appeared on their lips. One of them shot forward and reached out to grab Fengjiu. Fengjiu didn't plan to do it herself. She tried her best to play the role of coward. When she saw the other party reach out to grab her, she immediately bent down and dashed forward. At the same time, she avoided them and quickly ran to the door. She turned back to look at them and saw that they were standing there in a daze. She immediately ran out and ran towards the room where the man, surnamed he was. Senior brother he, save me. Those few people came back to their senses and immediately shouted angrily, Chase after him, capture him, and bring him back. Several people quickly rushed out, wanting to capture Fengjiu. In the left courtyard, the man with the surname, he was taking a bath in his room and humming a tune comfortably. He had heard the commotion over there, but he was too lazy to pay attention to it. After all, he had missed out on a high-grade medicinal pill. Even if he had 3 middle-grade medicinal pills in his hands, he was still somewhat unhappy. He had originally wanted to let those people teach that brat a lesson, but who would have thought that the door would be slammed open with a bang? The entire door collapsed with a rumble, exposing the man surnamed he, who had been bathing behind the door, to everyone's eyes. The scene became strange for a moment. The people inside and outside the room froze in place and stared at each other with wide eyes. They saw that the door had been knocked open by a cultivator who was chasing after Fengjiu. He originally wanted to pounce forward and hug Fengjiu, but who would have thought that he would knock open the door? Moreover, the man surnamed, he was still taking a bath in the room behind the door. Looking at the scene of her sitting naked in the water, even the few men couldn't help but be a little dumbfounded. Chapter 3994. When Fengjiu saw this, the corner of her mouth twitched, and she said, Senior Marshal brother I told them not to disturb you, but I didn't think, hearing this, the men quickly came back to their senses. One of them said, Senior Marshal brother no, it's not yours. Don't misunderstand, we're... Before he could finish, the man sitting in the bathtub angrily slapped the water, causing countless splashes. In the next moment, the splashes all turned into sharp ice blades, shooting towards the people outside the door with a whoosh. You guys are courting death. The gloomy voice was filled with anger, and no one bothered to explain. They just quickly retreated to avoid the ice blade. However, They didn't expect that after they avoided the ice blade, the person sitting in the bathtub flew out with a towel wrapped around his lower body. The spirit power in his hands surged, and the water in the bathtub instantly turned into an angry dragon that attacked those people. Whoosh! Bang! Hiss! The sharp sound of air flowing through the air could be heard as the air fiercely collided with the man in the lead. Under the heavy impact, a loud bang could be heard. Immediately after, the male cultivator who was hit let out a blood-curdling scream and was sent flying. He heavily crashed into the courtyard. Pooh! He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face became pale. He struggled to stand up, but he was powerless. Aside from the man in the lead who was sent flying, the others were injured by the ice blades. For a moment, the smell of blood quietly spread through the courtyard. The man surnamed, he put on his outer robe and walked out. He gloomily looked at the people on the ground. His gaze fell on the man who spat out blood, and he said, Enchanting, I'm warning you. In the future, don't take half a step into my courtyard. Otherwise, I'll take care of you every time I see you. The man on the ground coughed twice and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He was helped up by the people beside him. He looked at the man, surnamed he, and clenched his teeth. I crossed the line today. I, Enchanting, will apologize to Senior Marshal Brother He. Thank you for being lenient. With that, he gloomily looked at Fengjiu and stared at her like a venomous snake. Fengjiu was standing next to the door. When the ice blades flew out, she also dodged. As a result, the other party was heavily injured while she didn't have a single drop of blood on her body. The people supported each other as they left. Before they left, they glanced at Fengjiu as if to say, let's wait and see. Seeing the people leave, Fengjiu felt the atmosphere become oppressive. Moreover, there was a faint anger. She immediately apologetically and lowered her head. Senior Marshal Brother He, it's all my fault. If it wasn't for me, I wouldn't have implicated you. The man surnamed He, who was about to throw a tantrum, saw that she admitted her mistake first. His gloomy expression relaxed, and he took a deep breath. This has nothing to do with you. If we don't teach them a lesson, they will come back sooner or later. However, from the looks of it, they won't dare to come again. With that, he paused and looked at Fengjiu. Go back and rest. Yes, thank you, Senior Marshal Brother He. She hurriedly bowed and looked at the broken door. She asked, do we need to find someone to fix it? Chapter 3995. Yes, Fengjiu responded and turned to leave without saying anything else, heading back to her room. The moment she closed the door, the corners of her lips curled up and a smile appeared on her face. She went to the table and poured herself a cup of water. She thought to herself, how can I find out about the Saraira and the Heart Sutra? I reckon that even the average disciple doesn't know about these things. If I want to get my hands on them, I can only start from those supremacies. However, her current identity was a little awkward. This identity was not conspicuous, and she was not outstanding in any aspect. Among so many disciples, it could be said that she was the one who was neglected. She did not even have the opportunity to get close to those so-called masters. In the end, what should she do to achieve her goal? When she thought of her son and daughter at home, she was anxious to return home. Therefore, she did not wish to waste too much time here. If she could end this quickly, she could finish her business and leave earlier. She planned to find an opportunity to ask around before making a decision. The next morning, when Fengjiu walked out of her room, she glanced at the room opposite her. She saw that the door had been fixed, and there was no movement in the room of the man with the surname He. She retracted her gaze and walked out. Along the way, she saw a few cultivators who went back to their own rooms. They only glanced at her and did not greet her. After walking around the sect, he saw quite a few cases of people using their strength to bully others. Moreover, the sect seemed to tacitly approve of the bullying in duels. If one didn't go to the duel arena, they couldn't kill one another. If one went to the duel arena, no one would pursue the matter, even if one was killed. After walking around for a day, she had a certain understanding of the cruelty of this hidden sect. Seeing that the sky was gradually darkening, she was about to head back when she saw two women walking in front of her. They were chatting and laughing as they walked. Their laughter could be heard from afar. She narrowed her eyes and walked, thinking that it would be better to pass by quietly, because one of the women was the woman named Zhu Ling. Unexpectedly, just as she passed by the two, Zhu Ling, who was holding her female companion's hand, stopped in her tracks. She turned around in surprise and called out with a smile, "Senior Brother Ruan?" Fengjiu had no choice but to stop. She quickly turned around and glanced at Zhu Ling. She cupped her hands and bowed. "Junior Sister Zhu." When she saw this, Zhu Ling covered her red lips and smiled coquettishly. She looked at Fengjiu with her beautiful eyes and said, "So Senior Brother Ruan still remembers me. I thought Senior Brother Ruan didn't see me just now." Fengjiu smiled embarrassedly. "Junior Martial Sister Zhu? You must be joking. Junior Martial Sister Zhu is as beautiful as a fairy. I just don't dare to look directly at you, afraid that I'll blaspheme you. There wasn't a single good person here. Even the most delicate women were like snakes and scorpions. As a woman, she was very clear that even if she provoked a man, she couldn't provoke a woman. It must be known that when a woman got serious, even a man wouldn't be her opponent." Hearing those praises, Zhu Ling smiled until her delicate body trembled. Her charming eyes looked at Fengjiu with a seductive charm. She walked forward and said, "I've always thought that Senior Brother Ruan wasn't good with words. I didn't expect you to make me burst with joy as soon as you open your mouth. That's because Junior Martial Sister Zhu is as beautiful as a fairy. I'm only speaking the truth," Fengjiu hurriedly said. When she saw Zhu Ling walk forward, she took a step back and kept her distance. Chapter 3996. There's a difference between men and women, Fengjiu said as he took another step back. Hearing this, Zhu Ling smiled tenderly. She found it interesting and walked forward step by step until she was in front of Fengjiu. She said, "Senior Ruan, you just said that I'm as beautiful as a fairy, but now you're avoiding me like I'm a snake or a scorpion. You really hurt me." A woman standing to the side played with a strand of hair that fell in front of her chest. She looked at the scene in front of her with interest. Her beautiful eyes also sized up the man who kept retreating. However, although the other party's appearance could be considered handsome, his strength was not outstanding. Thus, she did not have any interest in him. Seeing that some people nearby were looking at them and whispering, Fengjiu smiled bitterly and said, "Junior Sister, I don't think I've offended you?" Zhu Ling was startled. She smiled tenderly and asked, "Senior Ruan, what do you mean?" Fengjiu sighed softly and seemed to be a little worried. He said, "Junior Sister, not only are you beautiful, your talent is also outstanding. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been accepted as a true disciple in such a short period of time. A person like Junior Sister is like a fairy in my heart. I can only look up to you and not profane you. Moreover, my master's eldest disciple, Senior Brother Lin, has always been in love with Junior Sister. If he finds out about what happened today, I'm afraid that I won't have a good time in the future. Therefore, Junior Sister, please be magnanimous and let me go." Hearing this, Zhu Ling was startled. She then laughed tenderly and looked at Fengjiu with interest. She did not take another step forward. She just stood there and looked at Fengjiu with a smile. Finally, she said, "Senior Brother Ruan is really an interesting person. I still have something to do today, so I won't chat with Senior Brother. If Senior Brother Ruan meets Senior Brother Lin, tell him that I'll go find him in 2 days." With that, she smiled and turned to walk towards the woman. The woman held her hand and walked forward. She asked, "Linger, why did you chat with him for so long? Her appearance is the only thing that's pleasing to the eye. Nothing else is worth looking at. Senior Ruan is also an interesting person. Since we've met, we should at least say hello," Zhu Ling replied with a smile. The two of them walked forward until they disappeared from Fengjiu's sight. Fengjiu retracted her gaze and didn't look at the people around her. Instead, she walked into the courtyard. However, the moment she entered the courtyard, she saw the man surnamed. He's sitting in the courtyard and drinking tea. He looked at her as if he was watching a good show. "I heard that Junior Sister Zhu was looking for you." Fengjiu looked at him in surprise. "No, I didn't. It's just that I bumped into her on my way back, and then Junior Martial Sister Zhu asked about Senior Martial Brother Lin. She wanted to complain a little. It had only been a short while, and the news had already spread to that woman looking for her." He played with the teacup and laughed. "Hee hee, I heard that Junior Marshall's sister Zhu is very intimate with you. Although Junior Marshall's sister Zhu's figure is hot and beautiful, she's someone that Senior Marshall brother Lin has taken a fancy to. You better not have any thoughts that you shouldn't have. Otherwise, you'll suffer. I definitely wouldn't dare to have such thoughts. She hurriedly said. Moreover, not to mention that she was a woman, even if she was a man, she wouldn't have any thoughts about him. It's best that you don't dare. A voice came from behind. Feng Zhou hurriedly turned around and respectfully called out, Senior Marshall brother Lin. Chapter 3997. The man surnamed Lin walked in with his hands clasped behind his back. He glanced at Feng Zhou, then walked forward and sat down at the table in the courtyard. Senior Lin, have some tea. The man surnamed, he poured a cup for him, then sat down beside him. Feng Zhou sighed inwardly, but a smile appeared on her face. She walked forward and said, Senior Lin, I met Junior Sister Zhu when I came back. She told me to tell you that she'll be looking for you in 2 days. You really just bumped into her on the way? The man surnamed Lin stared at Feng Zhou. Without waiting for Feng Zhou to speak, his face darkened. Or did you deliberately go there to wait for her? Senior Lin, please don't misunderstand. It really was just a coincidence. Junior Sister Lin only said a few words to me, then asked me to pass on the message. It really was just that, she said anxiously. Then, she continued, only Senior Lin is worthy of someone like Junior Sister Lin. I know that I'm not strong enough, so how could I have such thoughts? I hope Senior Lin doesn't misunderstand. In the end, she managed to dispel the man's suspicion and hostility. After sending him off, she let out a sigh of relief. The man surnamed, he saw this and chuckled. You're usually quiet, but I didn't expect you to be so eloquent when you talk. Hearing this, Feng Zhou's eyes flashed. This was already the second person today who said something like this. It seemed that she had unknowingly brought her personality into this role. If this continued, they would probably start to suspect her. With today's warning, she had to be more careful in the days to come. In the next 2 days, she sorted out some of the connections of the man, surnamed Ruan. She also heard a piece of news from the side. That night, the leaders of the sect would be discussing some matters in the side hall. When she heard this news, she decided to go and check it out first. That night, not long after she turned off the lights and rested, she changed into her night clothes and quietly left the courtyard, heading towards the higher levels of the sect. In the past 2 days, he had familiarized himself with the route, so he wasn't worried about getting lost. With her strength, no one could detect her ghost-like figure as she moved in the night. Moreover, she had concealed her aura and moved stealthily. In addition, there were not many people loitering around the sect at night. They had all returned to their own courtyards to rest and cultivate. Perhaps the people of this sect were too confident and felt that no one would be able to sneak in, so the security here was not very strict. This allowed Feng Zhou to easily enter the side hall where the meeting was taking place. She quietly crouched on the roof of the side hall, peeking through the cracks of the roof to see the scene below. More than 10 men and women were sitting on the left and right sides of the hall. Some of them were old, and some looked very young. Of course, their real age was definitely not the same as the appearance they showed. She noticed that there were 3 beautiful women seated below. Their clothes were extremely revealing, and their beautiful eyes faintly carried a captivating charm. Moreover, their actions were slightly flirtatious. A gray-robed elder sat on the main seat. He held a dragon-headed walking stick in his hand. It looked like it was made of wood, but it also looked like it was carved out of something. Chapter 3998. The people sitting here were people who did not often appear in the sect. It could also be said that they were the true experts of the sect. Every one of them was much stronger than the venerable below. This was especially true for the old man sitting at the main seat. His strength had clearly reached the God King level. His reserved aura was filled with a dignified aura. This aura was different from the God King level experts like Azura King or even the owner of the auction house. The old man's aura was so powerful that it seemed like it had been accumulated over a long period of time. It was definitely not something an ordinary person could compare to. Even if they were all God Kings, the old man was probably one of the strongest. She could not help but frown when she saw the old man's aura. Since there were so many god kings in this region, why was there no one who could become the ruler of this region? Putting aside the Azura king and the others who had already died, just the old man before her was definitely more than qualified to be the ruler of this region. However, if she had not come here, she would not have known that such a powerful god king was hidden in this hidden sect. Seeing that the people below had already begun chatting, she gathered her thoughts and listened carefully. The disciple who went out to gather information has already returned. The ghost Dr. Fungio, the Azure Dragon Sovereign, and the others have disappeared not far from us. I've been wondering whether they'll come for us in the past 2 days. A middle-aged man said with a grave expression. Why would they come for us? It's not like we've provoked them. A beautiful woman glanced at that person and smiled charmingly. However, I heard that the Azure Dragon Sovereign is a rare handsome man. It's said that he's like a god who has descended from the heavens. He's really extraordinary. I really want to see him. A tall, skinny man sitting opposite her sneered when he heard that. He said, "Don't even think about it. He's not someone you can dream about. Haven't you heard that the ghost, Dr. Fungio, is a publicly acknowledged beauty? With such a beauty by his side, do you think the Azure Dragon Sovereign would be interested in an old woman like you? No one will think you're mute if you don't speak." The woman's face darkened as she glared at that person. "What? Did I say anything wrong?" The man replied, "All right, I called you here to talk business, not to listen to your bickering." The old man, sitting on the main seat, frowned. He knocked the crutch in his hand on the ground, and the people sitting on his left and right became silent, not daring to be presumptuous. The old man glanced at everyone in the hall with his sharp and cold eyes and said, "I've received news from Myriad Buddha's sect that the old bald donkey gave the ancient golden lotus to Fungio and asked Fungio to help them find the Saraira and Heart Sutra." As soon as these words were said, the atmosphere in the hall became tense. No one said anything. They only looked at each other, and their faces became more serious than before. "Will she find us here?" a man asked,